not a big building. It's right by your facility there. That's it. How many square feet is that? Wow. So that includes the gym. Yeah. It's coming along.
I'm glad you know who you are at this point, right? I love the colors on these.
The Ron one was causing.
It took me a long time to learn those initials, so.
That's you.
For my
Our
wife.
conversation we just had is filtering.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. No, I just walked down right there.
You are walking through that building. Warmer in the sun than it is inside that building. Some of the walls. They can't wait to get it closed so they can start running those heaters and keep it warm.
RT, I'm still trying to live up to your legacy of hitting the hole in one at Logan River.
Oh. Good luck.
I need all of that and more.
That's what I had that day, with some really good luck.
Like us.
Oh,
Are you the only?
that's like that's
No, I'm sure. The only one that day that I saw.
bedtime. So I took off right after the last session. She's like, did Nelson text you? Because Nelson wanted me to tell you.
No,
No,
I put the ball on a little thing and.
I didn't know that.
I think it's in a box right now.
I should give you my name tag.
Yeah, yeah, you gotta.
Yeah. My son Matt owns one too, so we have two of them.
Does,
Tires for you.
where
I'm
at?
gonna get some.
Both three.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, Krista, this is a good story.
Cool.
You know, we go up to this conference this last week, first board meeting. They had to do this punting game.
Uh-huh.
I thought, I go right through the leaderboard. Pretty soon, there's a whole bunch of people that caught. We had to throw a winner out of the hat.
Uh-huh.
That golf game treats me good.
Oh. You gotta start.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Jared, is that you? SJSPET.
Yeah,
Okay. Thanks,
yeah.
Nice guy.
One of the Ray Jones.
It's my email, it's my email password. Right? Tried both RT.
Yeah. He's there coaching for the college team. Kind of got tired of that, so he went over to Pinnacle.
Christian, I just forwarded that to you.
Oh, thanks.
You should have that now.
And then he went to, he's the he's coaching for the college.
So you might have to get out of person out there. Email and stuff, but they might.
Sorry to make you something. There.
Thank you, Jeff.
I can't print our language. It's,
You guys are ready to go.
It's just without head gun.
I mean, you really want me to put your
Yeah.
name?
No.
I won't put your real name.
That's probably. I don't know.
It's way.
Yeah. That's good, man.
Is it the full password?
There any luncheon?
We usually stay at the Holiday Inn Express.
Nobody knew who it was.
That's not.
It's not password,
Yeah.
yes, it's just the N-word. It's not the email.
Um,
Everybody's looking for me.
and then,
Hi, when they announced-
that. There.
at SJP.org, right?
There's a couple.
Already know. That's probably what it's called.
My favorite place for lunch and dinner is Los Stokes.
Try this.
It's almost town, just.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let me go.
If you want to, there's a place called Balance Rock on Main Street. It's okay, it's decent, it's not great. Yeah.
I don't know if this one's any, see if this one.
There. Those are my two favorite places. Those are- Yeah, it's what,
Should I try
they
this
have a
one?
really good breakfast.
I'm tried that before.
It's not that far.
We're having trouble getting on the
Yeah.
computer.
Try that.
Trying to think of it itself.
Okay, so are you in? Did you get hooked in? Oh, I did.
No, click on it.
Job duties, it's job. We reorg the
It
office.
says I'm
Did
connected,
Jake give you a password?
but
I did, I looked in the control command and it was like.
That I thought was mine, which is what showed in there.
You were in the camp, that's where I'm good to go.
Yeah, you will see.
The burrows are out right by the river when you cross the river. Oh, I see them there. I'll have to call them. Yeah, I bet. Uh-huh. That's where we all came from. Wow. I never knew that. They have over by Lake Mead. Only go to Lake Mead and see quite a bit, and there's feral like that. They've been there for 100 years, and they're back from prospectors. Really? Yeah. Way back in the day. Yeah, it's crazy that they can survive. Like, there's hardly anything to eat, hardly any water. You're smart enough to stay up and yeah. They're skittish because They were there, and I stopped, took a picture, as I stopped, they were off. Couldn't, I didn't even have time to get out of the car. So now I don't even try to stop, because they're so scared. Yeah. No, not Moab and Monticello, but really kind of Crescent Junction and Price.
Yeah. I don't know, I never saw the big, wherever.
Never seen a the most.
I know.
I was gonna ask, like, Gabe, why don't they come down all the way down here? One time I was up in Wyoming and it was all over.
Well, I know Ally
And it's
tried
like,
to put on the very. Someone tried to
the
make me
same
change
thing
the
with
plan.
others.
Connected? It did.
Yeah. I've never seen down. South Ice that. Oh, really? I saw it really nice. Over the dock. I was down here, over by like Valley, just right on the side. It's like way down here. It was like a gorgeous walkway. So,
Oh, that's why I couldn't get around.
Capital M, capital R. Spaces.
Still?
I feel like I want President Trump to be like, now that you're winning. Back to the original.
Oh, hey.
How you doing? Principal. He is helpful with the builders.
If I go back, they want to go over.
Yeah.
Oh, you up?
Laura?
You can set it up with Matt.
Get a lot of kids as well, they put that seeds going on over there, construction, all that just. Yeah. You guys gotta.
Yeah.
I'm excited for you.
We're blessed. Hey, good to see you, Principal.
I'm trying to see if I can figure it out.
Christoph
You know,
Nielsen.
now it's Irish.
Yeah,
Joseph Jenkins. Thank you. You're gonna be here.
Before you log in. Okay. I'm still logging in. I was like, is it that form? I feel like
Yeah, we appreciate your work.
get the right level. How are you?
We talked to Eugene.
See you one. Yeah. Some have that kind of artificial taste, and some are just yeah. I tried a cherry one, cherry something.
This is about as much corn as I've got.
Yeah, it tastes like, yeah. So.
We can.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, it's okay.
I got to listen to it on the way
I
out.
just left my.
I gotta listen to the one on. It's only like 3 hours.
Behind those. Just let. Whatever the oath is. That's, I got the
I know, right? Come on, Donnie, give us a little bit of break. We won't tear it down too bad.
Where do you want them? Back here?
I did.
Here.
They did it.
Here, I'll send it across.
Figure that out.
Wow.
Yeah, we can get down.
Now he's Just quarterback. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, I think it's gonna add a little something, you know, and when you produce this, you're not gonna do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. Because making those steps up. Makes it feel more real. You had the fist bump before you left.
In the first meeting,
I
we're
have
talking
a
about.
friend who did fosters there. Yeah. After her girls aged out. It was good, but at the same time,
Acoustics.
yes, now it's time to just be.
And,
It's good, but I think she needed that.
Yeah.
Trying to decide on that. My tiny little house.
She's pretty dang good. Heard her one time. Through the national.
Jerry, is there anything that you have feedback? Yes, we can do this.
Not for you, Cherry. Or just what Cherry brought. Okay. The cup and both chairs aren't the rodeo chair. There's something. Are we ready?
Jared, is there, Al, it's feeding, it's sending feedback, just getting a speaker out of this. Something.
Yeah.
We can hear it. Like all, everything that we say.
It's the mic that's gonna pick you up with the Zoom stream.
Can you turn the speaker?
Is nobody joining by Zoom?
They won't until the first, I think the first.
So I could switch to a different speaker until they come on.
I think I can. Yeah.
Better?
Yes. Before we begin, so today's date is January 22nd, and it's 3:05 p.m. We're holding our San Juan School District Board meeting here in Monument Valley. In attendance, we have board members Nelson Yellowman, Colleen Benali, newly re-elected board member Nan Barton, newly elected board member Lucille Cody, and board member Ron, our visiting administrator Tyrell Pemberton, and myself, Superintendent Christy Fitzgerald. District Administrator and welcome all individuals in attendance. We will conduct the board oath of office with Dan Barton, Phil Cody, and Ron Nelson.
I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State.
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
And that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
Solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
I will support, obey,
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
I will discharge the duties of my office
I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties of fidelity.
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. All right, with the absence of board leadership due to the changes in board membership, the board handbook allows for the superintendent to lead the board leadership election process. In order to do that, we need to approve the agenda. I invite the board to offer any changes to the agenda or offer a motion for approving the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. The board handbook indicates that with the absence of board leadership, the superintendent will conduct the leadership business. The board needs to vote in a new board president and vice president. The responsibilities are listed for both positions on the board agenda. The floor is open for discussion or for nominations for the board president.
I make a nomination to appoint Nan Barton as board president.
Nan, would you accept that motion?
I accept that motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? We have a motion to cease nominations. Motion to cease nominations.
I'll motion to cease.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of electing Nan Barton as the board president?
Aye.
We also need to nominate, have a motion to nominate the vice president.
I will entertain a motion to nominate Colleen Benali for vice president of the school board.
I second that.
Motion to cease nominations.
I'll motion to cease nominations.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of the nomination? Oh, I guess I should ask you, Colleen Benali, are you willing to accept that nomination?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And Nan,
you are now get to take over from here and I could be done with. But I'm here to help you. So,
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have to trade places or are we okay?
If you'd like to, normally you sit next to superintendent, we can help you.
Okay.
Maybe assist along the way.
So what do I need to say?
Just start with, say, well, now, you'll just go through each agenda item.
All right, so we'll begin with the quest update, right?
Before you start, I just want to make a comment. I
Okay.
want to congratulate our new board members, our new board officers. We are making history now as of today. San Juan School District's first ever 3 Navajos on the school board of 5 members. So with that, thank you, and thank you for coming, audience.
Thank you, Nelson. Yeah, we'll go ahead and move on to the first part of the quest update with Christine.
All right, thank you, President. I just wanted to highlight a few of the data that we've received on QTIP, and we appreciate Dr. Begay for presenting this to the Native American Legislative Liaison Committee. So when the QTIP program began, the goal really was to have more teachers in the building with more years of experience. We saw a discrepancy in our schools and wanted to fix that inequity. So I don't know if you want to open it up, but I can just go through some of the numbers, kind of give you an idea of where we are this year compared to when we started the program in 2016 and 2017. And currently we have 16 QTIP teachers in our river region. So if you look at our schools in the river region, Montezuma Creek had 15% of their teachers with 14 years or more experience, and now they have 42%. Savannah de Sky had 7% and now have 47%. Bluff had 0 and now they have 29%. Monument Valley High School had 29% and now they have 38%. And Whitehorse High School had 21% and now has 42%. And Navajo Mountain has stayed consistent at 33%. So they have not turned over staff, so it's also helpful. The other thing I just wanted to highlight is the retention rates. We are looking at retention rates for those same schools at anywhere from 71% to 3 schools with 100% teacher retention rate. So that's an outcome of this program that we hope for. Teachers in those buildings that return do receive a retention stipend as well. So we're seeing that success from that part of the program. And last, we have an outcome, that we've been tracking that wasn't part of the original program, but we feel like it's been a positive outcome, and that is the percentage of Native American teachers. So currently at Montezuma Creek Elementary, we have 68% of our teachers that are Native American. At Savannah de Sky, we have 59%. At Bluff Elementary, we have 33%. And Mon Valley High School, we have 57%. Whitehorse High School, we have 58, and Navajo Mountain is still consistent at 33 with no turnover. So we're just really excited about those outcomes and wanted to make sure the board had that data as we continue to support this. And we appreciate the support from the Utah Native American Legislative Committee and the bill that passed to support portion of this funding for this program.
Thank you. It's exciting. I know that we talked a little bit about possibly presenting our QTIP program in future USBA meetings, which we'll be talking about soon as well. So it's exciting and it's good news. Thank you.
So we're still receiving the legislative money to help support this group.
Yes, we are.
Any other discussion? Questions?
I have a question. Do we have any
plans for how we can keep 100% retention for this coming year or the following year?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something we're always looking at is how do we keep the teachers, our quality teachers that we have. But I mean, just this initiative, being able to pay that extra stipend for retention, and it changes, per year, depending on how many teachers stay, and how many Q-tip teachers we have. We still have a few open Q-tip positions we could fill. So that's part of the discussion. Another thing, is what we've seen from this program is the money is part of it, but also being able to have teacher leaders helps build this culture and this community of practice that helps everyone improve. That also gives additional support for new teachers coming in, so that mentorship. So that has also been part of the, I don't have data on that. I think that's an important part as we talk about from the experience of what's helping retain teachers.
Okay, moving on.
I have one question. Do some of these teaching positions require certain type of classes that they need to have? And if they do, I'm just wondering if our new partners over here, the college, USU, will be offering any of those to help us with some of that, or some of our own local individuals that
No
are working
wrestling
towards a
package
teaching
today.
degree.
Yeah, so this program is not designed for new teachers coming in. This is really trying to recruit teachers with, many years of experience to come and be teacher leaders. And it could be someone in the building, we've been able to hire within as the opportunity has presented itself. And then the second goal is to retain teachers. So, but we do currently have a Native Youth Grant that is helping paras become teachers. And so that's supporting those paras to have tuition covered, and some of them are attending USU, so that is an option as well. So we are still trying to build from within and create a teacher pipeline, but just through a different grant, not this grant. And then with this, we do have training for our Q-tip teachers. We have a consultant that comes in twice a year. It's something we report to that committee as well as what we're doing to continue to develop them. So they do receive training on coaching, on supporting teachers, mentorship, all of those best practices for being an instructional leader in the building. So we provide that through that consultant.
Okay, thank you.
Another question. It has here listed Monticello, LaSalle, and Blanding. Does that mean we'll be increasing that in the mountain region, or how does that work specifically?
No, so that's looking at just comparative data, because if you see their numbers, back from the original year that started, you could see that those schools had a much higher percentage of teachers with 14 or more years of experience. So I think that really, we keep that in the data just as we present this data, so you can kind of have a comparison to see, really measure where we've been, what is happening in our district. This is only covered in the river region, so that also kind of shows why this is happening in the river region versus the mountain region.
Right. Thank you.
This data here to me is just really pleasing. I was involved in the very beginning of a group of us that had a vision that we could do more to improve the experience level of our teaching staffs in the river region. And very troubled that we saw such turnover. And when you get that level of turnover, you really can't build any kind of consistency. And to see this data, to me is extremely pleasing. And so many, like Superintendent Fitzgerald said, so many benefits come from that. And one of the benefits, I believe, I'm pretty sure of this, even the principal of the school came as a Q-tip teacher we recruited in, correct? So once in a while, that Q-tip teacher might even move into leadership. And so you bring some very high quality people that can help with so many areas, and to see that data is really, really pleasing to me. So,
All right, I think we're ready to move on to the next item, which is the USU Employment Value Easement Agreement. So we'll turn some time over to Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting us down today. Really happy to be here. I got a couple of colleagues that'll be on Zoom, I think, here in a second, Joseph Jenkins and Chris Nelson. Let me just, while we're waiting for them, first, congratulations, Nan and Colleen and Lucille and Ron on your new appointments and election to the board, and it just feels like this 2025 is going to be an awesome year, and what a great board. And want to just start out with just brag a little bit about a couple of folks. We love working with your schools and with the leadership, and a few people just to share with you, specifically Gina and JJ. They are so awesome to work with. We work with them on a lot of different projects really closely. We're working on a few other things like an ACT boot camp to try to help support the students in boosting their scores. Tyrell, mentioned Tyrell. He's been so great to work with, and then Superintendent Fitzgerald as well. So I just want to express to the board, you have some really great people, and as USU, we have a good collaboration with the school district, and want to hopefully continue to have that grow and build and just thrive, so that our students here in San Juan County can really get the best education possible from kindergarten all the way through their college degrees. So thank you for the leadership that you provide, right? I think a team is a reflection of its leaders, and we have a really good school board, and that's reflected in a good school district and good schools as well. So just appreciate all the hard work you do. Let's jump into the fun stuff. Chris and Joseph will probably chime in here. They're a little better positioned to be able to maybe answer some of the questions that you may have. Just to give you some quick background, especially for some of our newer board members. So we started working on this building about 5 years ago, and one of the first things is we approached the school district and the school board, and you all were very generous in allowing us to utilize some of your property to build the building. In that process, we had to raise the funding for the building, and just a little bit over $14 million in funding. As some Nelson and others who were on the board last year know, that we worked to secure some funding through something called the New Market Tax Credit. And basically, it's a federal program. I'm going to really dumb this down and simplify it, because that's the only way I understand it. It's pretty complicated, but it allows large lending institutions to lend monies to underserved areas, entities that are helping to support underserved areas or low-income areas. And for them lending that money, they get a really nice tax break that is worth more than the money that they lend to us. So USU first went on this adventure in these new market tax credits with the Moab building, and then we received a significant many millions of dollars for the building here to help support this. And as part of that, as part of the federal, it's a federal program. There's a lot of rules and regulations. As many of you know, you've helped work on it. Tyrell has kind of been neck deep in this as well. A lot of boxes that we have to check. And one of the boxes that Wells Fargo wanted to check was make sure that we had legal access to the property, and that we could access the property. And so we started working on getting an easement off of Medicine Clinic Road out here, and this is normally a pretty straightforward process, an easement, right? But it's been an interesting process working with BIA and the Navajo Nation to obtain an easement. So between the school district fence line there and the road, we have to have the legal right to be able to use that to access the property, the easement. And so we've been working with Navajo Nation and BIA to get that easement. and it's not a direct process. And BIA and Navajo Nation are working on who has the responsibility of the road, who can grant the easement, and so that may turn into a multi-year process to actually get this easement. And which Wells Fargo has some requirements that they've got to make sure that everything is closed and locked up on their end. And they gave us a deadline of April 1st to get the easement done. And that simply is not going to happen. It's not a reality with the process between the Navajo Nation and the BIA. And so there's the BIA and Navajo Nation have both given us their full and 100% support that we will get the easement. But there's just a whole lot of stuff in the background that has to happen. And part of it is who has the right to grant the easement, BIA or Navajo Nation. And so Wells Fargo said, well, we need you to have legal access to that. And so what we thought of, and we approached Superintendent Fitzgerald and approached Tyrell and kind of proposed this idea of an on paper, what I'm calling an on paper easement. Something that, as Tyrell mentioned, we don't ever plan to utilize, but fulfills the requirement for Wells Fargo to show that we have legal access to the paper or to the property. And so the idea would be to have an easement that essentially comes off Cougar Lane or really off the parking lot by the teacher housing along that western fence and down into the parking lot on the south side of the building. And so, we want, and we've been really forthcoming with Wells Fargo on this. We've talked through it with them, right? Everything's been really transparent that what we want to do is basically have an on-paper easement that we will never utilize because the Navajo Nation, we have a resolution from the chapter. The chapter has been great. They passed a resolution supporting the granting of the easement for the property. BIA has been supportive. And so we fully know that we will get the easement. It's just going to take quite a bit of time to work through the process, and more time than we have with Wells Fargo. And so, but this on paper easement off the lane there satisfies Wells Fargo's legal requirement that, like, hey, if the worst case scenario happened and the Navajo Nation or BIA came in and said you can't cross that 70 feet of space there, then Wells Fargo knows that we would still have access to the building. A couple of pieces of good news that have happened in the last week is we reached out, and this is where Chris might need to chime in if you have questions, to find an underwriter to underwrite access on the easement. So basically an insurer that insures the easement, and if that goes away, right, that we still meet the requirements of the Wells Fargo New Market Tax Credit funding. And so we've secured that underwriter. And so that basically locks us in and makes sure that, covers everything on Wells Fargo end as well. So really this actually was plan B, the on paper easement. It's kind of plan C now. So it's kind of moving down the list. But we want to have all of our bases covered. We're also going to be working with Window Rock Council Delegate Daniels for the Navajo Nation Council. We're aiming for the spring session for them to be able to give us either a letter of support or the council may be able to grant us easement rights as well, though a lot of people are investigating that on Navajo Nation side on on our side as well to see if that's a possibility that's within the purview and the power of the Navajo Nation Council, but at least a letter of support on the easement as well. And so, and we feel good about getting support, at least write a letter of support from the Navajo Nation Council. So the dominoes are lining up and they're falling in our way in terms of the easement happening, making sure that we meet the requirements of the new market tax credit. And then this on paper easement will just help satisfy the requirements that Wells Fargo has on lending or giving this money, donating this money to us to build the building. The building, it will absolutely happen, right? It's going, you guys walked through it today, so it's not going to happen. And so that's what this request is about, is to help us check one of the boxes for Wells Fargo. So I'm open to answer any questions. We have our real property director, Joseph Jenkins, on, and Chris Nelson, who's our executive director over business services. And Chris has burned the midnight oil on a lot of this to help figure out this. Started calling it a Gordian knot. So for those that know what a Gordian knot is. So we are open to answer questions.
Thank you for being very clear with us what it is your expectation is. You did a great job explaining what it is that you're approaching us for and what it really means. So I appreciate that. Any questions from the rest of you regarding how we do this?
I would like to just comment and just a recommendation. You've approached a chapter, right?
Yeah.
And then the next step would be the Western Agency committee that you would need to go under. And then from there it goes to Navajo Nation.
To the Western Agency?
Yeah, Western
Okay.
Agency.
Okay.
So that's the next step.
That's
And
good
then
advice.
It goes up to Navajo Nation.
I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Learning to navigate all the
I
different.
know there's a lot of
Yeah,
barriers with
right.
Navajo Nation,
Yeah.
so you really.
Well, any government, we're
Yeah.
navigating some with the state of Utah too. So
MBI.
yeah.
Anything else? Thank you again for communicating with Tyrell and Superintendent Fitzgerald as well. I feel like you've informed us well on this and helped us understand what this means and why it matters.
I guess I kind of have a question.
Yeah.
You said this will be your on paper easement, so this will help you get through whatever happens at the spring session. And what is your projected open date for the building itself? I don't remember, recall.
Yeah. Really good question. Yes, to the first answer. And to the second answer, we have a completion date of December 31st. You know how construction goes, right? I'm sure that we'll get delayed because the monsoon seasons are come or something, right? By a month or two. So in my head, I'm thinking really February that we would have our grand opening. If it happens on time, hey, hallelujah. We will open classes no matter what in spring next year, whether that's in January or February, even March, because they're just broadcast in, right? And so we can switch from up the road to down here overnight. The one that we won't be able to start in the spring is the welding program, because that will be live in-person instruction in the building. And so we will open that in fall of next year, fall of 26. And next year we'll, if you know any welders that want to be instructors, have them get a hold of me. We'll put a job announcement out sometime spring of next year and start. I'm hoping to hire somebody from like Monument Valley area down here that can teach in the building and be the welding instructor. And so that will open in fall of 26.
Well, and that was going to lead into my other question. I meant to ask you over there. I know at a school district, we have a funneling system with our teaching program. I mean, would that be something future that we could talk about?
I'm not
Maybe we
familiar
can put in
with
a good
that.
word for you at Navajo Nation just to get that going. No.
Yeah. What is, I'm not familiar with that program.
But the teacher funneling program.
Oh, so
through
the pipeline,
USU,
the teacher
yeah,
pipeline.
yeah, teacher pipeline. Through USU, so that we can have our students who want to go into teaching go through the USU program, and that would be nice to have here as well. I mean that would be like, again, future plans. But
Yeah, absolutely. We have some folks going through the paraprofessional program. Former Superintendent Nelson and I worked on some funding to help pay for it. And that ran into a few challenges along the way. Superintendent Fitzgerald and I have briefly touched on that, like, hey, maybe we should revisit this. We haven't had a serious conversation about it yet. But that's one that I think we should really look at, is like, hey, could we provide some funding so that we can grow our own teachers locally here? And I'm open to pursuing that conversation again. And there was some legitimate challenges with that program that we're going to have to really think through. But I think they're solvable. They're not going to be easy to solve, but I think they're solvable. And so yeah, absolutely. I would like to grow our own, and because then they stay here and it helps with retention. Yeah. Pardon?
it'd be perfect to do so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've lived here for now 30+ years. And I see these road numbers and road names, and I'm reading it right now. There's an easement. Called CR 421, also known as Monument Valley Clinic Road. We're talking about the clinic this way, Gouldings.
Yeah, so that the paved road, I always called it Gouldings Road, right? Because it went up that way. That's that CR, or Medicine Clinic Road, or
It's called,
per monument.
yeah, Rock Door Canyon Road or Drive. That's another name.
So there's several different names.
Yeah.
And it's the easement of just the 70 feet between the paved road and the school district property. So that's the part. Navajo Nation or BIA owns that strip between. Yeah, so that we just have to get permission from one of those two groups to be able to use that as a driveway.
Or clarifying that road names and road numbers.
I don't know if we clarified it or confused it.
So would that be the same? I know the document's pretty lengthy. Would it be the same 70-foot easement into the district property?
So I think I understand your question. The permanent easement that we're seeking is off of the paved road on to the school district property that leads into the building that we're building. And that's the one that everybody has promised that they will get us the legal easement to. And we'll pave that over, right? There was the cattle guard there. The on paper easement, the one that we will never utilize, is actually proposing that we would come off the parking lot.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
That's on the west side, but
Yeah.
the question is how wide? How much of
On the west side or off the
the
road?
west side?
Just enough to fit 2 cars. So it's like, oh man, maybe
Okay.
Joseph knows, like 30 feet or something. Yeah.
Question is
Yeah.
how wide? Less than 70 feet. So same width, but I guess not.
No, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on to the next thing. Thank you. And
Okay.
We'll discuss that in our action items.
Thank you. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions or anything comes up. I'm gonna be driving to Logan tonight, so you can call or probably not text. I probably shouldn't text and drive. So you can give me a call. Thanks, everybody.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Okay, Nelson has the next item.
Okay,
Letter of support you're proposing.
as we all know, it would be nice to have a road between here and Navajo Mountain, especially for purposes of our the school district businesses such as traveling to the schools or district personnel, businesses, also for the community as well. Other community or county businesses that could travel to Navajo Mountain quicker than they would than having to drive all the way down into Arizona to Kayenta, coming back this way. For example, I believe from Blanding to Navajo Mountain is about 3 hours drive one way, 3 hours back. So if we were to send a personnel to go on to that school, it's driving time for them for 6 to 7 hours. We don't get much done within an hour or so. It would be nice to have this shorter route to Navajo Mountain, vice versa from Navajo Mountain School as well. And it would benefit not just our school district, like I said, it would benefit the whole county and our communities from all the areas that lead to and from Navajo Mountain back over here to Monument Valley and Jacob communities. So this was on the legislature's bill last year, and I believe the monies got moved to a different area. I can't remember where it got moved to, but the intent is still there. The plan is still there to build that road. So we are requesting a support letter for school district board to the state legislatures to make another attempt to see if they can support them with some dollars again to build this road, and hopefully Navajo Nation will also supplement this road as well. So basically, that's what this letter is for, support to continue the road.
So you're just asking that we get this in front of our legislators so that they know that it's a priority to us as a
For the reasons that I mentioned, yes.
Yeah. Any questions?
Did you say Navajo Nation will be utilizing this letter of support as well to, because I'm pretty sure they'll be also involved in asking legislation of the top floor.
They will, our council delegate from our two areas, our Western Agency council delegate, Mr. Herman Daniels, and also our eastern part of the county council delegate, Curtis Anito. They're both representatives of ours from our state and county, so they will be bringing this up to the state legislatures.
I remember a couple of years back, we had this on the agenda and they said they were gonna work on the road.
Yeah. Yes, it has been, and like I said, I'm thinking it got like that close last year, and then for whatever reason, they decided to use the monies elsewhere, so they just pulled the money back out. So it was close, but they want to make another attempt. I can't remember if Ron was superintendent when we did this, or was this before you?
I think it was before me.
It
And
was.
then during my time, there was talk. There was a lot of talk of that road going, but it never got over the final hump to start happening. I don't know exactly where it broke down.
Yeah, I think it's way back when Dr. Doug Wright was
Yeah.
superintendent, we did that before. So it's another attempt.
This is just us making sure that we're a little bit louder this time
I hope
to
so.
make our,
So if we were to sign this
Position.
letter, I know the
no,
legislative session's just kicking off. I mean,
Yeah.
if anyone was going up to the Day of the Hill, or if Superintendent Fitzgerald was going up to meet with legislators, that it would be our probably intent that this letter be kind of one of our main focuses to ask for. What I'm assuming.
yeah, we all
good
agree
idea.
with this, and I don't see any reason why not, but we can discuss that when we get.
President, can I just make a different comment? So
Yeah,
this is for action, if the board chooses to take action, I'd recommend with that motion, if someone makes a motion to update our letterhead, because we didn't have
yes,
who the new leadership would be. So if when someone chooses to go that route, please add that to your
to
motion.
your motion, thank you. You might have to remind us again when we get
I'd be
there.
happy to.
All right, I think we're ready to move on. It's on to Julie Holt.
Good afternoon. I'm here to share with you a couple of amendments for LaSalle School coming from their school community council. They do the timing of the year and that they really need to relook at not being able to hire a paraeducator from the TSSA fund or their school land trust fund. Their council convened to discuss what would be the best direction to go. And they've decided that an amendment for both of those plans would be the best route. Goal number one for school land trust, taking out paraeducator funding, salaries and benefits, and putting it into career opportunities that are hands-on for students for the remainder of the year. Bringing in careers the council would like that are relative and very appropriate for LaSalle and their area. And then offering opportunities that are hands-on with some of that supply money. It's just a minimal amount that they would like to put there as well. And then a little bit in travel if they need to travel to Moab. A lot of their families work in Moab, and a lot of those careers potentially or a presentation could happen there. So that would be the school land trust amendment, goal number one. It's a completely revamp of goal number one. So we submitted the whole thing as a goal. The TSSA piece would come as there was a portion also paid out of that fine arts paraeducator, a very small portion to support PLC development as well. So that while the teachers met, fine arts could happen. Where we don't have a fine arts para, they feel like it would be best to put that into collaboration days at the end of this year, probably end of May, early June, for the paraeducator and the teacher to work on CKLA and math development. Teaching levels is a challenge, and they need time to work. They've worked really hard on it last year. They would like some time to work this year for salaries and benefits to be able to work together to plan and create a curriculum map. And then there's a tiny bit in their supplies to support potentially. CKLA has many learning games that don't come with the program, and that's what we put in there for that. It's just a minimum amount as well. Any questions?
And you said that was just a support to the CKLA, right? That little bit
The
of.
TSS, yes, yeah, or math. It could be either in their planning with the three planning days. Okay, TSSA.
Are you supportive of these? changes?
Absolutely.
And I assume finding the field trips or presenters is going to be Amanda leading that.
She and her parents.
Okay, and she feels like that would be productive for her school.
Yes, it's what the council wants, and it's also something they did a couple of years ago. They tied that reading and English language arts into it. The students do some research about careers. They also do some math opportunities. And so they felt like that was a way to also, continue with those academic goals as well as support our career opportunities for young children that we're trying to do down to our elementary levels.
Will the students be like single? Will they do single students or a group of students?
It's
or?
a group. There's only
Okay.
7 of them.
Okay.
It's a small group, but it's the whole class.
Okay.
Other questions?
Okay. No questions for me?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not used to being in charge of what I'm doing. It's time to move on to board committee assignments. That makes I'm in charge of figuring that out, I guess.
You look at executive.
It
content as
says
the
board
committees.
president. Oh, that's me.
If you look at executive conduct, also committees and volunteers.
Okay. So essentially, we, in the handbook, we kind of updated this to include the committees last year. And because we're a 5-member board, we can have two members on each committee, not more than that, because we need to not have a quorum. I'll try to refer to the handbook really quick just to remind us what that looks like. So I'm pulling it up just a sec. So we have the audit committee. Oh yeah, thank you, Colleen. These additional committees are not decision-making bodies. The committees have no authority to bind the Board of Education to any action, approve policy, or to direct administration to take any action. However, each committee may and is expected to make recommendations to the Board of Education. So as we participate in these committees, we'll be more informed to inform the rest of the board so that we can make decisions as a board. And two board members are assigned to these committees. No more than 50% of board members should attend a committee meeting so as not to form a quorum and be subject to public notice and open meeting rules. The committee meets monthly, and members of the committee are invited to attend the USBA policy review virtual meetings. Thank you. The committees that we need volunteers for the board handbook are the audit committee, which is the audit committee is mandated by Utah Code 1, and the board member appoints 2 board members, and I'm open to volunteers. Thank you. No more than, anyway, we talked about no more than 50%. The audit committee members, you can help me with this. What does the audit committee do?
Yeah, so you'll designate a chair of the committee. So 2 board members will be on that, and it is required, as you can see in code. And the responsibility of, there's different responsibilities. So if you're the chair of the audit committee, it's to schedule meetings, create the meeting agendas, and report regularly to the Board of Education regarding committee proceedings. So you can see underneath that the responsibilities in coordination with the Board of Education. So you're looking at addressing fraud and waste, independent auditor procurement, and then of course your committee meetings. Anything else you want to add to that?
The audit committee's responsibility, the big one, is going to be that independent auditor procurement.
Yeah.
The administration is not allowed to do it. We would have that coming up within the next, I believe, next year around this time is when that procurement is. So.
And how often does the audit committee generally meet?
Your handbook says it held as needed.
Okay.
And so the previous audit committee met, I don't know how frequently they did. They would invite me occasionally as needed when they had questions or needed to address certain things, but it's not a
set schedule necessarily.
By the board members who serve on that.
Okay.
And just a reminder that the committee assignments are for 2 years. So that's what I think an important note is that independent auditor procurement. So you may have more meetings as we need to do that than you would
Typically.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up, Tyra. So we have the audit committee, the capital planning committee, which currently we have the big build with the planning elementary school, as well as the other capital projects, the school safety entryway project. So be involved in those types of things. The teaching and learning, which is related to curriculum, which we did just approve new curriculum for the language arts and preschool. Yeah. So
And there likely will be additional material.
in the elementary, and yes, we are coming up on needing to update other things as well. And then policy. So this means that we have 4 different committees. And so we're gonna need you to be willing to participate in 2 of these committees. So,
And the policy committee does meet monthly.
the policy committee meets monthly. Thank you. So, I'm open to volunteers, or I will probably delegate, let you know what you're doing. So if there's something that you would prefer to do, reach out to me and we'll get that figured out. Or I could do it right now, but that's gonna be the question. Can you do it now? Is it an action item, or do we?
It doesn't have to be
It
an
doesn't
action
have to be an
item.
action item.
So if anyone has preferences now.
But if you have a preference, you need to let me know.
I can throw
So
out
you
a
can
couple
say it
things.
right now if you want.
But I'm flexible. So
Yes.
But I would throw out capital and teaching and learning.
Okay, thank you.
And I will volunteer to the same, the capital planning. Also back with the support for the Johnson O'Malley tribal consultation and impact aid.
Okay, so what you,
too, right?
Yes.
yeah, okay.
And I would want, Ron, you want capital and
Teaching and learning
Teaching and learning.
is my request, but like I said, I'm flexible.
But you're open if
I'm
there's
open.
others that are interested in that and I need to throw
I
you
think
some
we're all gonna have
rounds.
to be a little
Yes,
flexible.
I know.
and then Nelson's doing capital and
Johnson O'Malley, which is, yeah.
and then we still would like
The policy committee,
Okay, thank you.
the Johnson O'Malley.
and I will do policy and teaching and learning. Or and then I'm flexible too, whoever, or if you like.
Yeah, let me know if there's a third that you're also interested in. You can just reach out to me later, just so that, yeah. Does that make sense? And I will serve on on 2 committees as well, so. I guess I'm audit for sure, but somebody else is also into the audit, so I just know. Thank you.
Josh Ross.
All right,
So we're at 3:59, so our presentations are. 4 o'clock,
yeah,
so-
we'll go ahead and move on to the,
School director, that's the section.
Gina Grover. We'd love to hear about career and technical education from you.
There's not really a place, anyway, JJ's here too.
Yes, and
We are a partnership, we do so much together, so it's not just me representing CTE today, he does so much for us, so. You have the presentation, okay. On the first slide where it asks where we fit into the Quest model and what we're doing, we discuss over and over and over how CTE is like the model program for the Quest model, like it really hits on every single element there. I would like to highlight, and we'll talk about it in a little bit, on the bottom, on the attitudes rung, where it talks about, character. We've really been focusing on service with our career and technical student organizations this year. And so that is one element that I think that our teachers are really working on our students with this year. Although they get all the elements, the knowledge, the skills, and they're learning the content, they're learning the hands-on skills, and through that they develop so many different attributes of the attitudes section on there. But we just really want to highlight that they're working on service, and we'll talk about it in a little bit. Our celebrations First, I don't think we could celebrate anything on here if it weren't for the teachers that we have. We really do have fantastic teachers who are, and they're in all the areas of the district, but man, we love our CTE teachers. They often work in silos to really make sure that they're offering enough content and pathways and programs for our students. And
Multiple preps.
yes, very few have the same prep more than once in their schedule. So they really go above and beyond anything that we ask them. So that's got to be our very first celebration. The second would be unmanned aerial systems. So that's drones. I don't know. I mean, we could talk about drones for hours. Drones are in almost every industry that you could name. They have found uses for unmanned aerial systems. And so we're really excited that that's growing in our district. Our biggest celebration with that is one, we love our partnership with USU, and we now have some concurrent enrollment instructors who are qualified to teach that concurrent enrollment. And we had our first industry credential. We had a student at San Juan High just at the end of the last semester who passed her Part 107. So she is a licensed pilot for drones. So it's a really big step in the right direction. I mean, she could go out in the industry and get a job anywhere with that. So we're really excited and proud of the growth there. The third bullet is concurrent enrollment classes. So there is opportunity for drones, but there also now are two teaching as a profession. So when you talked about building our teacher pipeline, that is one area where we have felt that there is a real need. And so we're very thankful for our teaching as a teaching as a professions teacher to jump through all the hoops that it takes to be a concurrent enrollment instructor. So we now have 2 courses in that pathway that are concurrent enrollment. There are new, I will talk about USU a lot. We just love our partnership with them, but they now have a law enforcement concurrent enrollment courses that are being offered so that we can start that law enforcement concurrent pathway. And EMT, like there's just been a lot of growth in the concurrent enrollment courses. And those not only benefit our students immensely, but that will be reflected in the career readiness in the school grades. So we love that our teachers are contributing to that area also. And along with that really falls the internship opportunities. That's been another area we've really been trying to strengthen and grow. And sometimes we really have to think outside of the box on how to make that happen. We love the opportunities our students are having in-house to learn and to grow. We have one in our department. She came back for her 2nd semester. She wants to be a teacher, so we're really excited to be working with her. But we have some really great internship students working with hydroponics here at Monument Valley. We have an internship instructor who has agreed to support internship programs in other schools so that they can have those opportunities there. So that's another state of growth that we're excited about. And that takes us right into the greenhouse and hydroponics. We appreciate so much Buildings and Grounds and the work that they do to keep all of our CTE programs running. But our 2 biggest projects right now are greenhouses in Monticello High School and here in Monument Valley. So those are in the works and coming, and that's exciting. I know Terry here, Mrs. James, she won't even know what to do with herself. She'll be so excited. And the hydroponics units, if you guys have a minute, you should check them out down in the lab down here, just at Monument Valley. They're very large, they're very impressive, and they just harvested their first batch of lettuce. So they fed the staff with their lettuce that they've harvested, but it's a big process, and it's a great opportunity for the interns there to learn the process step by step, and then they're helping Navajo Mountain. So Navajo Mountain has those also. And we're excited. There are plans to get them into the community and build community partnerships with those hydroponic units. So we're really excited about this. We just have too many celebrations. Rebranding. We have been working with a brand expert, working on our branding. So we have a new logo, and now is not the time, but there's a lot of meaning behind the logo that we have. We'll be introducing that to our teachers next week. And then we will be working with our consortium and a local she's just a marketing student, but to come out with some marketing plans and a good foundation for not only our district, but our CTE consortium. So we are in a consortium with USU, Moab, Blanding, Eastern, and then Grand, Emory, and Carbon school districts. So it'll be going for, it'll be some great work with all of us. And it really couldn't be done without our great partnerships with them. And then CTE month, usually that's when we get to present to you is in February. CTE month, that's coming up. There will be a lot of great activities going on in all the secondary schools to promote CTE. Also our CTE competition that we hold locally at USU Eastern or USU Blanding. And I'm just going to put this out there. It's on February 10th. We always need really great judges. So it's plug and play. We'll give you the rubrics and you can go. So I'm just going to put out that shameless plug that we would love for you to come and judge and just see what our students are doing on February 10th. All right. The next one, the last celebration deserves a slide all of its own. It's our career and technical student organizations. We have seen continued growth every year, and this year is not any different. The numbers are there so you can see how many students are in each career and technical student organization. Just some highlights from what is going on. We had qualifiers for nationals in FBLA, FCCLA, and those we have seen before, but last year we had 2 qualify for nationals in Skills USA as well. So it's growing.
And they did very well.
They did.
represented us very well.
It's exciting to see their initiative, and it takes a lot of work to compete at the national level, and they're doing it. So we're very proud of them and their advisors for supporting that. We also have 3 state officers, which it's very rare to even have one state officer from our district, but this year we have 3. So we had 2 in Skills USA and 1 in FBLA, and they are working very hard at the state level, but it's also benefiting our schools and our membership locally. So that's exciting. And then just the CTSO competition, February 10th, come on down. This year, actually, we're really excited. We are changing the outline of how we do things a little bit to also have it be a pathway day at USU. So not only will they compete, but they will be having presenters from USU Eastern programs. So they will get more introduction into the programs that are available through USU locally, and hopefully we can help get them into school a little bit. We're really excited for what that might look like.
And we hope that it will be in conjunction with the event that they compete in, into the program that they
That's the goal.
That's the goal.
So we're excited about that. We also have a new FFA chapter at Whitehorse and a new FBLA chapter ARL. Our leadership conference was held this fall. We had a local leadership conference for our students, and it's exciting to see what they do in their leadership roles and responsibilities. That's one of the things that I'm very passionate about as CTSO for, is the leadership portion of that. But we also use the district theme of Aspire Higher and worked with each CTSO worked on the goals for their year. We were very intentional in scheduling that out, that they had time to work on their goals. And then when we talked about service, one of the biggest goals we asked them to do was to organize and complete service projects as a chapter, and then they will be competing with those service projects at our competition. And I'm actually going to pause right there. We have like 2 minutes that we're going to ask, and we want to thank them in advance. We have some of our ag students, Mrs. James students. Come on up. You guys thought you could go hide, but we love it. We can have an opportunity to have students. These students were not able to come last year when we had students in with us. So we're just going to give the time to you guys. This is a perfect break in our little presentation. So if you'll just take a couple seconds and say maybe what you do with your classes, your CTE classes, or your internships, or just like 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay.
We're in center.
I'm Josiah Gipe. I do a couple things around here, but right now I have an internship where we're taking care of hydroponic units. We had to build them, we have to manage them, we have to manage the plants in them. So we have to watch out for things like the pH level, the nutrients levels, and we have to change them accordingly. So yeah, that's a little bit of what I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Kiana Claw, and I've recently started doing the CTE internship for Miss James. And so far, I've just helped maintain keeping the hydroponic system clean and going down there and helping her just in any way she needs and how I can help. It's pretty much all I've been doing so far. And that's it. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Bryce.
You can do it. I believe you.
Actually, I'm just usually the one that builds the stuff. That's all I do. That's all I really do to plants. I just like building. I just do anything to help Miss James, like she needs help at her house with her chicken coop, anything like that. I help her with stuff like that. I helped Ben with her ag for 4 years now. I just usually been helping her with her garden outside. Actually learning a couple new things I never learned. And then just different to me. I'm usually like outside, but not with that kind of stuff. But thank you guys.
These are my first interns.
Wait, you two. If they have to, I'm like you.
I'm Miss James and I do the ag program here. Those are my first 3 interns, so we're actually missing one. But once we got the hydroponic units, I needed a lot of help, and so they kind of stepped in and they qualified to become interns. It's the first ones here, I think, right? Yes. And they've been big help. 2 of them have gotten jobs over the summer using their ag credentials, you know, their career pathways, or what's it called, ag pathways. So that was Tobias and Joe. Joe worked at the Welcome Center taking care of their hoop house over there, and he did grounds work for Goobings. So good stuff happening in ag here.
Good.
And these 2 are big help, support too.
Would you guys really quickly just come and stand? Right. All of you really quick. We'll get a really fast picture. We're over time, so we'll have to hurry.
Well, one came up, 2 of them came up.
Yeah,
41.
just come behind us, yeah.
And you.
That's gonna be 2 pictures in one day here.
Come in. Tobias, come on. All right. 1, 2, 3. Thank you guys. Thank you for coming in. I think it was a big stress to get up here in front of this room. Can be a little intimidating, but you guys did great.
I have
We're
a
excited to
question.
see what you do.
Did you guys get to eat the lettuce?
Oh yeah, we made a salad out of it.
Awesome, thank you.
I have a question. Would they be, maybe this question for Ms. James, would your students be available during break, so maybe I and maybe others can take a tour of your?
Oh, go down and see the hydroponic unit.
Five.
I'll go talk to coach. Okay, I'll go work on that.
That would be awesome.
Okay.
Great idea. Thank you, guys. We'll see you later, I guess. Thank you. And that's why all of us do what we do, right? It's just awesome. So moving on to our goals. Our goals are carried over from last year because most of them were multiple year goals. They're all in relation to our Perkins indicator. So Perkins is our federal career technical education funding that we get. And there's a lot of data that comes. They just gave us our reports, and just one of them is 244 pages. Like there's a lot of data that comes with our Perkins reports. And we meet with our teachers in the fall, and they're the ones that look at the data and look at where we have some opportunity gaps and where we can improve things. And that's where these goals stem from last fall, and then we'll be looking at setting new ones this spring. But the first goal, if you want to go to the next one, Jared, this one is for our secondary placement. This is a very hard goal to reach, and our district has not met this goal that I can find. Like we've gone back years and years and years and years, and we've not been able to find where we've met this goal. This goal, what it is calculating is the students who are concentrators, the percentage of the concentrators who go on to post-secondary opportunities. And that could be full-time or part-time employment. It could be college, university, or tech school in Utah, college, university, or tech school out of state, service, so like Peace Corps, Job Corps counts. One thing that is hard for us is we have a large percentage of students who choose to serve religious missions, and so they are not counted in that data anywhere. That does not qualify as a reportable outcome. And so we are really working and looking, the teachers did a really good job looking last fall at where we can get the biggest bang for our buck to make improvement, because we've got to make up for that somewhere, somehow. So they're really working, looking how to improve that. Their vision, and we're trying to help support that, really is developing our partnerships with USU. And helping students see what local opportunities are available to them, because so many are so intimidated and scared and don't maybe have the resources that they need to leave and go far distance schools. And so we're really trying to build a direct pipeline into USU where they can stay local but still get such a quality education. They're also looking at like next steps nights. So partnering also with USU to have a night where parents and students can come in, and it's like a one-stop shop. Like, here's where we talk about financial aid. Wait, you don't have housing? Here's how you can start to look for housing. You don't have transportation, because there's so many things beyond sending in an application to a school and actually going to school. And there's so many students who may not have the right mentorship that they need to really complete those steps. So that's another idea that they've looked at to continue progress towards this goal. One thing that we are seeing could be very powerful, and we're just starting to harness it. We have a program called Youth Science in our district. It measures our students' aptitudes and interests and helps them build a career plan. The counselors are great at using that information, and really our goal, and we've been working with Derek and appreciate his help, and helps in principals meetings to look at CCR plans and how they could be more effectively used, utilizing this youth science data to really help our students have a more effective and meaningful career and life plan once they get out of school. So those are the steps that we're really working on to continue towards this goal. The next goal is our completer targets. When students, all the data from Perkins rests on concentrators. So all the data that you see here is based on what happens with our concentrators. So if they're not a concentrator, our students aren't a concentrator, they're not included here. So we've tried to make a lot of progress, and JJ works very, very well with the counselors and the principals on intentional scheduling to make sure we can get as many concentrators in our schools as we can. But then the next biggest step is making sure that they get to the completer level, that they have those 3 credits of CTE courses, that they all progress the right way, that they've had work-based learning opportunities. So this is another big lift, but we're there for it. We're working hard.
A concentrator, just as a quick reminder, is 2 courses: an Explorer level course, which is kind of like your entry level, like an Animal Science 1, or a welding entry level. And a concentrator course is that next level or the next year. And so that's kind of like your Animal Science 2s, or your welding intermediate. And so to be a concentrator, it's completing both courses. And then to be a completer, it's a total of 3 credits in that pathway. So it is shorter to be a concentrator, but that's what all of this data hinges on, is the concentrator. And really, that's where most students you see, once they take that next step into a pathway, that's where they usually
when it
go.
clicks and that light bulb goes on and they're like, oh, I got this, let's go. So, yeah. We also are really trying to utilize youth science with this. Jonathan English has been really great to work with in Aspire to help put some tools in Aspire and things for us to see. There's teachers. JJ built a really, really great tracking form where they can track them on their own, so they don't have to rely on waiting for other data to come through. There's a lot of different steps that we're taking within our district to really reach these goals. And I just want to point out, there's so much data, and I put some at the end of the sheet, but on this goal in particular, this year we are at 51.8%. Just to keep it in perspective, the state target is only 23.9%. And the state achievement goal that last year was 36%. So in both goal and one and two, we are far above what the state percentages are, which I think is great. It means we're headed in the right directions, but there's still so much room for improvement. So we're just gonna keep on trucking along, keep working. The last goal that we highlighted was our industry credential goals. We really feel like having that competitive advantage for our students is what's going to propel them into their next steps in life. So an industry credential is a credential that a student can earn in high school, but it is recognized by industry in the state and beyond. So JJ has worked really hard towards that. We've worked with teachers, they're recognizing those and we're making those.
A big part of it is that each pathway has those, but are we implementing those?
And access to them is hard too. And we appreciate Christy and USU working together to try to help with those too. And we got a cruise. Okay, challenges. Our work-based learning is always going to be a big challenge. So I'm excited to hear that LaSalle wants to implement more career exploration. Starting at a younger level is where it really is at. But there's just a lot of opportunity there that we don't necessarily have the bandwidth to develop, but we're working on it piece by piece by piece. Master schedules in rural districts are always going to be a challenge. There's no way around that, but we do appreciate principals working with us and counselors working with us to try to really get the biggest bang for our buck for what we're able to do with our students, because there's a lot of limitations there. So we appreciate their help. The last slide, I just want to bring this up. We will be speaking with our teachers about this next week. This was just introduced by the USBE CTE team at our directors meeting this fall. They do not have an implementation plan yet, but they have encouraged, I call and I'm like, are there steps for this? What are you wanting us to do? And they just said, go for it. So we will be talking about this with our teachers next week. Utah's goal, and this will become a statewide goal for CTE, is that by 2029, 50% of all graduates will, and there's a lot of things here that they're asking, will one, be completers in their secondary pathway. So that means they'll have to have done all the right coursework. They'll earn an industry recognized credential of value, and they will have participated in a high quality work-based learning experience. Those are three really big lifts. And I mean, they're saying 2029, and so we've got some time. But when I saw this, I was like, oh my gosh, I wanted to call JJ, be like, we're already doing this. Like these are the same areas that we have really been trying to focus on and work on. So I feel like we're almost a step ahead of some other districts. So I'm really excited about that. But I just want you to be aware of this as we work towards this, because this will be not just a CTE goal. This is going to require a lot of coordination and cooperation within all of our different entities in our district. So yeah, so we're really excited about it. I think it's going to benefit our students immensely. I think sometimes we get really focused on the piece of paper at the end of their school year and that diploma, which is important. I'm not discrediting that, but their next steps and their career goals are also extremely important. They need to have somewhere to go, and this will give them that. So we're really excited about that. Right, we're over time. Sorry. Any questions?
I thank you for presenting. You know, I do have to share, and I think Colleen would agree, because she's got family members that have had things that they were passionate about, and to be able to have the opportunity to do that in high school, to be able to go, I know what I want to be when I grow up, and I don't have to wait to get through all this stuff that I don't care about before I can do the stuff that I do care about. So I'm so glad that we're doing these kinds of things. My daughter has been working at the hospital she was still in high school when she started working as a surgical tech at the Mountain Hospital, and she's been working at Utah Valley Hospital this past year, and is now in the surgical tech program to get certified.
That's great.
It happens. It's
it
good.
does. It does.
Yeah.
Well,
So
thank you.
President,
Yeah.
I just, as evidenced by your pictures, there's so much happening. It's awesome. I want to point out that I think you do a really good job of telling your story. I love turning the radio on and hearing about what we do in San Juan schools. I think sometimes the general public may not even know what's happening in these buildings. So I think it's critical. You tell our story, you get the word out, build more relationships, more partnerships. And anyway, I think it's wonderful what you're doing in that area.
Thank you. I have a quote on my magnet in my room and it just says, "We are doing amazing things, but no one knows about it." And that it is like they don't know.
People are knowing about
so
it. You're
it is
doing
it is crucial and that is part of why we want to work with a marketing student so we can help get our story out there. Oh, absolutely. It's a pathway. Yeah. So yeah.
I like Christy, Dan said, I have a 20-year-old who was like, I want to be a teacher, but he missed the CTE program. And then now I have a senior who is in your teaching the pathways. So I can definitely say it's been working in our house and it's definitely something
that is fantastic.
We're excited for our 10-year-old to participate in.
Awesome.
So that's on a personal level. My worry and my question would be, should we start it more in the junior high level? I know ARL is
gung ho,
but we also have other schools, junior highs that would, I would think, benefit from it.
Yeah. So there's good and bad both ways, right? Our funding does not cover those grades, and so that's one big hang up. I mean, everything always comes to money, but there are still really great things happening. The CCA classes, they have redone CCA, so college and career awareness courses. They've redone the strands and standards to directly align with the Utah pathways. So in college and career awareness classes, our students are learning about all of these pathways and the opportunities that they have in their high schools. So that's a direct feed into our programs. We also have been encouraging our CTSOs to visit not just middle school, but elementary schools. And so they're going into classes and doing presentations in classes. And so they're starting that communication there a little bit sooner too. So it's happening. It's hard, especially in our rural schools, to schedule those kinds of courses, but they're, like, I think Ryan Palmer is a perfect example that he's seen that having students having something to come to school that they're interested in and passionate about changes how their whole day goes. And so I think it'll catch on.
One element of how we're trying to reach into some of those other schools in grade 7 and 8 is to bring them into that competition that we hold every year. I think this year we have more
middle
7th grade and 8th grade from not just ARL competing it on February 10th than we've ever had. And so we're encouraging the high school teachers to reach down because they're in the same building, but to bring them in and get them excited.
And there are other CTSO chapters who have a high school chapter. Marcia Hunt would be an example at Monticello High School where she has high school FCCLA, but she's opened it up to have a middle school level also. So she's running, and that's just what our teachers do. It's incredible what they give for our students. So she's running a middle school and a high school, she's coordinating those two efforts. So there are ways that we're getting to those younger students. And I didn't touch on this, but when we're talking industry credentials, we're really thankful to work with Lara, but our teaching as a profession students will be able to take the professional praxis when they become a completer of the teaching as a pathway. So they'll walk out with that credential when they complete that pathway. So if they pass, they will pass. They will pass. Yes.
That's the next challenge.
Yeah. Anything else?
Thank
you.
Okay,
we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Brenda, thank you.
Well, good evening, board members. It's good to see everybody out in Monument Valley, and it's so cold down here. It's usually warmer here than Blanding. But I really want to give an opportunity for Indian Education Committee members to present their ideas and the work that they've been doing in the schools. And I do have to say, we have the best chair and vice chair team right now. And so things are going really well. And so I'm going to have them introduce themselves and then tell you a little bit about what we're doing.
Okay, great. I am the chair, newly elected this past year in September. Kind of new to it, but you know, it's been really great to see what we're doing and the effects that it's having on our schools as far as supplemental programs that we provide. I'm just excited to actually be a part of the committee now, serving on a parent committee. And like Brenda said, I don't know if we're the best committee, but I do really enjoy working with Samara. She's been wonderful, and I'm sure she's going to move into my role eventually. But just getting started here. Brent, I just want to also thank Brenda for the wonderful job that she has doing with the committee, has made the transitions for me and our committees very easy, and which is something I know that when you're on a committee, it takes some time to get used to how things work. And so we just want to keep this machine well oiled and keep it moving along. Just a couple of, we have a slide program set up here. But the purpose of the IEC is establishing and maintaining our heritage, our culture, and our language programs. So that is the main focus of our funding. And the way we utilize those fundings is through creative ideas and family involvement. So, which is kind of tough in our area, I know. We try to encourage our parents to participate as much as possible. And, you know, that was something that I felt was lacking in my own family. Since we are raising our kid in the school, and Joe is our son here that presented a little bit earlier. So he's doing an awesome job, and I didn't really have a chance. I have a mixed family, so I have older children, but to see the growth and the way that he has developed in our school system is really, really neat to see. And I know you probably have some great stories to share as well. But moving forward here, we do have the next slide, which says inclusion in cultural activities encourage cultural awareness and sensitivity. And we do that through community activities, student activities, San Juan School District Elementary Heritage Language Programs, community points of view, and one thing that's here, support. And of course, I just mentioned that before, through our parents is how we would hope to see how these fundings are spent. But I'm going to go ahead and pass on to Samara here.
Ja, deze is de Amerikaanse National Flagship, which is changed to English. I'm the parent rep for Whitehorse. I have a 7th grader there. And yeah, I just wanted to be a part of this parent committee because, you know, everyone talks about wanting, especially teachers wanting parents to get involved. So this is one way that I wanted to get involved. Although English is my first language and Navajo is my 2nd language. And even then, you know, it's not that great. I figured out that by being a parent rep, I can take my son to culture nights, get him involved with a lot of the language heritage conferences that are happening. And yeah, so I just decided to join. And it was encouragement by my father. So yeah, let's see. So we hold community events including the San Juan School District Heritage Language Conference, the 7th through 12th grades in the Knowledge Bowl, the K through 6th in a language fair, and then we have a Native Youth Leadership Conference, and we also have a Youth Leadership Council, correct? And we have representation of culture, language through Royalty and Student Showcase. And we also try to be inclusive, meaning anyone can attend. We also hold student activities through Heritage Week, which is every year in November. And we also have field trips that are always educational and collaborative, which also includes song and dances that happen in Rock Point. Student recognition and awards. We voted to provide stoles to each Native American graduate to recognize their dedication to graduating high school. And I'm not quite sure what that means.
Oh, that was a little link that you can click on that goes to the video of the stoles and what they look like. And just, you can play that at your own leisure.
And we have awards such as the Jim Dandy Standing Tall Award and awards that are given to students by their heritage language teachers. As the IEC committee, we oversee 11 different schools within our district, and they're made up of different demographics and tribal affiliations. So in this area, although a majority of our IEC is our Navajo, we have a representative from the Mountain Ute tribe in White Mesa. Let's see. We establish a relationship with these schools, and we do background checks. And so that's what we also have to get done. We meet monthly on the 3rd Wednesday of every month throughout the school year. And then we meet in person and virtually. Like today, we have a 5 p.m. meeting to discuss some expenditures that need to get approved. And each rep is responsible for sending and receiving information relevant to each school and their students. So as the parent rep for Whitehorse, I go to the SCC meetings and I update them about what we're doing. I also go and relay the information to the IEC committee every month. Let's see. And as chairperson or vice chair, I'm vice chair, I ensure the committee feels supported and knows we are a team. So just being supportive and trying to talk with the other members on the team to make us feel like a committee that's dedicated to our students. And then we ensure that each member of the committee is fully informed and understands each aspect of the decisions they are making.
Okay, and the only thing that I can add is that through the referral process, the initial request comes from either the teacher or the staff member, and it goes to the school principal. The principal reviews the expenditure request and then approves it. And then once it's approved, it goes to the IEC and they review it. They can approve it, they can deny it, or they can table it. So they usually don't deny a whole lot of requests, but if they do have questions, they'll table it. They'll ask for more information or clarification from Navajo Nation to see if it's an allowable expenditure.
I was just gonna say that we, of course, cross-check them to make sure that they are an allowable expense.
And sometimes if something doesn't get approved, it's because it's an unallowable cost. So, and we have to adhere to our subcontractor, which is the Navajo Nation JOM office. They come and audit us and they monitor us, and they actually have very specific things that they look for. And when we put in your application, it's a thick application about this big. And we do have our superintendent review it, our IEC reviews it, and they work on actually putting the application together and getting it approved. So my role in this whole ongoing cycle is to provide support and then to make sure that all of the paperwork and everything gets completed. So that's my role. But the IEC actually meets every spring and they do a needs assessment on our program. So they go in and they talk to teachers and they see if some of the things that we're expending money on are actually valuable. If they have any concerns or anything, they bring that back to the committee. And so based on that, then they go back to a needs assessment and review that. And then when we meet in, is it April? When we do our needs assessment and then work on our application, they put all of their ideas together and we actually work together and they come up with the application. And Joanna and I just kind of support them and put all of the numbers together. And then the application is submitted to Navajo Nation. Then Navajo Nation comes and they review the application and then we negotiate with them. So they might say, well, these are some things that we would like to see, or this is missing, or can you provide us more information about this? And then we answer their questions. We make sure that our program goals meet their program goals, and that and how we're expending the funds, that they all kind of match. And so once that happens, they approve it. And then superintendent gets the approval in her office and lets us know that, okay, we're good to go for another year. So, and then the other thing to know about the JOM program, there's 4 components: parental costs, student activity, student incentives, and then just the program operation of JOM. So it's very specific on what the funds will be utilized for. And there's no way to, there's like the tracking of the funds has to match the application. So everything goes through due process. We get audited. And then anything that we purchase, like equipment, they come and they look for the equipment, make sure that it's in the schools. And so what do they call that? Monitoring. It's part of their monitoring, but it's also accountability for us, that we are making sure that the equipment is there for student use.
Yeah, like the gym, the weights that are here at this high school, they come and check
the printing machine.
Yeah, and the printing machine.
Mm-hmm. And then in addition to that, we have to adhere by 25 CFR section 273.16 powers and duties of the IEC. Those are federal regulations, and it's all mapped up, like how to form your IEC, what their duties are, where their representation has to be, and all of that. So we just have to adhere to all of those policies and regulations. The other thing that I would like to share is that it's really a team effort, and our IEC really do collaborate. If there's something that needs approval, they actually email and collaborate and cooperate and communicate like on a weekly basis. So like, even though they don't see each other every month, like they might send out an email and they might ask a question.
They're still taking care of business.
And they're still taking care of business, exactly. So other than that, there's a lot of school districts that look up to our IEC for training.
So that's what I wanted to mention, though. My first meeting with the Navajo Nation was one of my first meeting, but they were just impressed with our program in the past, and they want our program to be modeled to all the rest of the programs on the reservation. So that is really commendable to Brenda, the hard work that she does. So that was really an eye opener to see, like, wow, we're really doing a good job. So I know some of the problems they ran into is that some of the schools, they don't spend all their money. So they have balances left over at the end of the school year, and they really frown on that, and they start to take away funding. So just with our committee and always searching for ways to spend money in a positive way for our students is very commendable.
And the expenditures have actually increased. Like we last year and the years prior to before IEC and before I started this program for the district, they were sending back thousands of dollars to the JOM office. And I think last year, the most we sent back was $200 or something like that. So we're like expending all of our funds, I would say 98% each year And if schools don't spend their funds at the end of the year, and then the IEC give it to other schools, like, what are your needs? We would like all of the funding to be utilized, is what they tell the schools. So anyways, I don't know if you have any questions, but in a nutshell, that's our presentation.
Yeah, I just want to, I think it's awesome. We have two committee members here to help you with this presentation, Brenda. I think it really shows to the quality of your committee. And they're going to your meetings, which is a big ask, and now they're coming to board meetings. So thank you. And it's obvious the job you're doing. So thank you all for such an important area.
I have a question. Would you, because I've been going to chapter meetings a lot lately. I don't know, have you guys been asked to do presentations like at chapter meetings? Because I always get asked what's going on, what are we doing to promote and encourage our cultural and heritage part of our within the school. So now I'm like, well, we can bring Brenda right over and meeting. So,
Well, we've been having tribal consolidation meetings that are ongoing.
okay.
And so, and then we've actually had several tribal consolidation meetings with Navajo Nation. Their office is called what? Council Delegates?
On the West Ed meetings that we
Yeah.
talked about, where we had community meetings, West Ed hosted it for the
Yeah.
Navajo Nation offices.
So we do have a lot of chapter leaders and local council delegates that attend those tribal consolidations. And then I try to be, I can't say we try to be as transparent as possible. So if you look on our Native Americans education website for the school district, anything and everything about the programs that we have, you can find information there.
And each school has bylaws in the front office as well.
And we do have public hearings for Title VI, and JOM doesn't require a public hearing. However, all the information, the minutes are all online. And then principals and schools get the budget like monthly, what their expenditures are, how much money they have left.
And that's
to
kind
spend.
of our job as representatives within the schools.
Oh, the reason why I asked is because Red Mesa just recently asked what's going on within the school system, and they had this. I had a lot of parents that were wondering how we do our part as a school board and then as a district.
Yeah, and I think right here is a district support. So like if they want to know specific what's happening in their school, then they would need to have the principal come in and talk to them about specific things that the principal and their staff are doing. But I can also assist and support them with heritage language information in terms of what we have done throughout the years.
Okay, thank you. I'll reach out.
Comments real quick. Thank you for the report.
Mhm.
You guys doing a good job. Sounds like the nation is requesting for your expertise, I guess. I would suggest that you guys do a presentation at the national level conference to the nation.
Well, I told them we're going to present to the school board and they were okay with that. So I don't know about national.
So anyway, thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to just comment and say, yes.
Oh,
I'm also.
Thank you. Yeah.
I see a lot of this on the website, Facebook, even Navajo Nation School Board Association. They're always recommending someone school district heritage language.
And-
So.
Well, thanks to Brenda.
Yeah, and, you know,
and their teachers.
it's all of us
NRIC,
together.
and
you know.
everybody.
San Juan
Principals.
School District is awesome. And, you know, we love living here and working here. So, you know, this is an area that's none other in the state.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
To the agenda, we did want to just give a few minutes to talk about the conference.
Do you want me to jump there, or do you want me to go back on number 5?
Oh, we didn't. Yeah, I'm skipping away at this. Yeah, go to 5.
Okay, So every year we bring you the opportunity, we have a program we participate in with the state of high effective teachers in high poverty schools program. So this just gives you the information about it. In the past, who those teachers are given to the school district. This year, the state did it different. They actually notified the teachers actually before we were notified. So teachers were contacting us saying, hey, when am I getting my money? So they were excited, and we were excited to have that available. I did put the list of teachers on there. I also just wanted to let you know that as we reviewed our internal data, we felt like there was a few teachers that possibly qualified. They were not on the list. So we did submit that information back to the state. So they are reviewing that. So we could have a few teachers added on. So really, I'm bringing it to the board to say in the past, the board decided how we notified those teachers. Teachers have been notified. So I guess I'm asking, how would the board like to acknowledge those teachers as they're going to get their funding and their paycheck? But in the past, we brought a giant check around, you know, and presented it in front of their classroom, which is exciting for the students and for the teachers. So we could still do that to acknowledge them, although they are aware that they are getting the money. So just wanted to bring that to any input from the board about what we'd like to acknowledge.
I actually like that. I also like it. So I would propose that we just do the same, but.
I would, if you let us know the morning of, that anyone that was available as far as board members who could join you.
Yep.
Just to show support.
That would be great.
And also thank you for following through and notifying them of other teachers that you felt were qualified as well. So
I would say, and
I do appreciate
I would say, I love that this is district-wide. There's great representation.
That's exciting to see that. I think it's happening in all of our schools.
Okay. Yeah. Laura.
All right, we wanted to share the stakeholder survey questions with the board and let you know that we are trying to transition to a more growth-oriented model for our stakeholder surveys. So I did do some side by side so you could see the questions we have used for several years now with our proposed changes. And we did have principals review these questions at last week's principals meeting. They provided feedback. We did make a couple tweaks, updates from the questions. But we did give some more open-ended questions that gives parents and teachers or staff members and principals more opportunities to give some more open-ended feedback, which hopefully will give some actionable steps for feedback instead of just strongly agree, strongly disagree, some actionable items that people could maybe implement into goals, so that we're hoping to move more towards things people can actually improve upon when they get these stakeholder surveys back. So it's valuable information. So that's what we're going to move forward towards. So that's what I wanted you guys to have an opportunity to look at. And our plan is to start sending these out to everybody next week. I don't know why you gave me 10 minutes for that.
Well, can I jump in a little bit?
Yeah.
So I think as we've looked at things in the past, we often see someone who really loves a staff member or teacher, or who really has something they weren't happy about, right? And a lot of times those things are things the staff member or, you know, an administrator, teacher, they can't control. So as we've looked at this, we've really thought, how can we meet this model that the state is rolling out to really say, you know, we don't want to just know how you feel about that person. We really want to know, you know, what are some things that that person is doing well? What are some things that they could do better? How can we improve as a group and be really collaborative versus it sometimes gets a little personal, whether it's personal good or personal bad, either way. So that really was our design in revamping these. And a lot of the questions were pulled from questions that the state had, questions we've used in the past, and then of course getting input from our administrators.
And we changed a lot of the questions to things we felt people could actually answer. A lot of the questions for all the categories were they're concerned about my well-being, and we don't feel like people can honestly answer those questions. So we really tried to do things people could answer about, you know, either the principal or the teacher or, you know, the directors or the assistant superintendents as the principal's supervisors. So that was really the purpose behind making these tweaks, is to give actual feedback instead of just what it sometimes feels like with a lot of these are just personal attacks.
I would like to point out that I think you did an excellent job, those of you that collaborated on this, going from subjective to objective kinds of questions where the person can say, yes, I agree, they're accessible. That is an objective perspective. That's not I don't like this person. I don't think they're concerned about my student, you know. So kudos for.
We did look
being
at
more
the
proactive
standards
on
for principals and teachers too, to try to pull things
Yeah.
from that as well, or.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. I had a question. I was looking at all of it, and one of the biggest things that I've come across, was speaking with parents and, at every level, at the gas station or at whatever, is the follow-up questions. Did the principal follow up? Did the teacher follow up? Even me, did I follow up with you on whatever the parent's concern, or like if they answered these surveys? I know if that's something that we can do, ask the question that we want to open-ended questions. Were they able to follow up? Is that?
So in the past, these have always been anonymous, and so this year they'll be anonymous again, but our hope is to move away from the anonymous survey as well, so that they can have that follow-up. Like if there's an issue, that we can follow up with that parent to try to resolve the problem. But these would be anonymous this year as well, where they wouldn't be able to necessarily reach out to that parent to resolve that issue. But we're hoping with some of these questions that the principal and the teacher can get that feedback of if you don't feel like they're a good communicator, what can they do to improve, so that they're getting that direct feedback. That these would be anonymous again this year, but we're hoping next year to move away from that anonymous.
Yeah, the state model has moved away from that, thinking that, that it's really saying how you can help my individual student without having it not be anonymous. You can't, it's difficult to do that. But if you're requesting that we, consider putting a question on just if they are following up and what is the best method to follow, we definitely could look at adding that to these survey questions for this year.
That would be great if we could. I mean, of course, I don't want to get into specifics if it's anonymous. I mean, I just want to be say if it was a parent filling it out, I want them to be able to have that option too, because I would like to know.
Ask for follow-up.
I would like to know.
So is that something that we bring that to the action items? Add.
I don't think we've got this even listed as an action item. It's just more of informational.
Yeah, well, I think that's a great idea, but I also love what you've done. So whatever you can do to make that support you in that.
Because honestly, I'm that parent that's like, so do we have something going on? Can we follow up? Is there, a plan of action that I would like to make with whoever I'm meeting with at whatever level that I'm doing that. So that would just be my personal. I don't know.
Question. Assistant superintendent survey, is that specifically just the one superintendent or both?
So that goes to principals only, and they would just fill it out for their specific supervisors. So secondary principals would fill it out for Derek, and elementary principals would fill it out for Julie.
And that's why, just the principal?
Because they're just filling it out for their supervisor.
I mean, earlier you said the surveys are going to go out to everyone.
Yeah, so.
Meaning, that's the other question I have, who's everyone?
So parents always get a survey to fill out for their principal and for their student's teacher. And then staff members have always gone to fill it out for their principal and their building. And then principals have always gotten one out for district directors. And then this year we've actually broken out for district directors and then separate for assistant superintendent. That's actually new because we felt like that should have been separate because they offer a completely different level of support than directors do.
The reason I ask is what Colleen is somewhere along that line. So if you have a parent that has a concern, spoke to a certain assistant.
Parents are usually dealing with the principal. They're not usually dealing directly with the assistant superintendent.
Yeah, I mean, that's somewhat the command of chain, but at some point that chain breaks and the parent would rather speak to a superintendent assistant, I guess.
And I wonder to meet that, I mean, just an idea, I see what you're expressing and the concern there. I wonder if it's something that we could put at the end of a parent survey to say, do you have any additional input or concerns with any other, district administrator, please reach out to the superintendent's office. And that would be, or HR department, we could put something on there with information. They could maybe click on that and put a comment in, a concern there. If they had anything else they wanted to share that they've experienced in the school district. I mean, the majority of parents won't have worked directly with an assistant superintendent or necessarily a district director, but I think opening the opportunity for them to make a comment, it could just be additional link they click on and just the open-ended question, they could give any feedback if they want it. For any of our directors
Or it could be staff, or it could be staff.
Yeah, staff as well.
Yeah.
So we could do that. That might be the easiest way around it, and then they choose to answer that or not, depending on their individual experience.
The thing is, how many parents throughout this district know that we have team assistants? Cover switch area. They know their secondary, they know their elementary secondary. You know, questions. We just need to let them know.
Yeah, we could do that.
I actually like that because I do, and I'm pretty sure Derek's busy. Because I'm always like defer to the chain of command, because if your principal is not hearing you, then, you know, we can always reach out to either Julie or Derek. So I'm guilty of that, and I would be in support of that. That chain of command is one of the biggest things that I let my parents know, or anybody that has a concern, is to go directly, if they can't speak to their principal, then go directly to Derek or Julie. So I would like that somewhere in there, if not specifically, to say.
Like to have them answer a survey question or just an informational?
Just if they want to share.
Oh, to share input.
Yeah.
I wonder, and I'm just thinking out loud here, so I wonder if there could be just an informational comment that said, if you have any further questions, or if you have any further need to discuss any other member, I don't know how you word it, but any other employed member of the district, please feel free to call this number. And you probably have the superintendent's office on the end of that number.
But also,
But anyway, I don't know.
or even just a comment box where you can address anything you feel wasn't addressed in this survey.
Yeah, and we usually, at the end, we always have if you have other additional things you'd like to address, like we give them the opportunity to add those additional comments.
You kind of tell them where to, because comments will come in quite often as confidential, and you don't really know who to even reach back to, or anyway, this kind of puts a little bit of the assertiveness in their court that if you feel like you have a situation that's not followed up on, then please call us, and inviting them to do so. I don't know, just thinking out loud.
We can look at that, and we're also have to, this is through Qualtrics, so what it will allow us to do as well. So we'll look at that.
Work.
Thank you, Laura.
Next, so this is our anti-harassment and non-discrimination policy. Our policy committee worked on this back in May, June. A lot of our policy, well, most of them don't go to legal counsel, but this one we felt needed to, just to make sure we've addressed everything that a non-discrimination policy should. And we just got it back from our legal counsel yesterday, that it had been reviewed, and she made a couple of tweaks to it. So as you can see, I didn't provide a red line copy because we completely just redid the entire policy. So there's the old policy if you want to look at it, and then the new proposed drafts. We made significant changes and just completely rewrote it. So this better defines what discrimination and harassment means. Some of the bigger significant changes is it has a more structured approach to what the investigation would look like if you filed a complaint under this policy. Also, if you had a complaint of harassment or discrimination against the HR director, business administrator, or superintendent, how you can file a complaint against any of those three people. This is something that was not addressed in the old policy. We also removed the fraternization with students and transportation with students, which just, I don't know why that was ever included in an anti-harassment policy. Those are addressed in both of our boundary violation policy and also our ethics policy. So those are addressed in other policies as well. We just completely redid this policy to address what an investigation would look like and how better to file a complaint. It's just much more structured and easier to follow than our prior policy was.
And I noticed at the bottom of this, it says, you know, in order to enforce this policy, there will be annual staff training. students will have the opportunity to receive a copy of
Yes,
this
it should be,
policy.
it should be in handbooks and in student handbooks as well.
And is that all students or is that just secondary students?
It should be for all students, because
Okay.
this policy applies to students and employees.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or comments?
No. Is there any recommended time frame on this, or what you'd like to see happen?
I mean, I am hopeful that we can approve it with first reading where it's been approved by legal counsel, unless the board has any serious concerns with it.
So this particular one doesn't need a second viewing?
And unless the board has serious concerns,
Okay.
I'm opposing that we do. a
And
first
you do
reading.
have the support of legal counsel?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Great, I think we're good to move.
This one is my item on there. In the interest of time, I think I'll just skip playing the progress video, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
With everybody, that there is that video linked on there. You can see some of the progress. Planning Elementary continues. You know, we have some things that we deal with, but so far we're really pleased with the progress of that project. And I believe, Superintendent, you may have mentioned possibly having the board do a tour before an upcoming board meeting.
For warm weather.
We'd love to have you come and tour that building as it's kind of going up. You can start to see some framing that's happening in Ruby. So that's all going there. The bigger item that we have to discuss today, and I'm going to go ahead and start out by just saying we have Steve Franco here with us. I don't know if the board has been introduced to Steve, but Steve was a recent hire for us to come on as our new buildings and grounds supervisor. And we're super grateful for him and his background in construction. And as he's looked at some of the plans as we've gone into some of these capital projects, as I mentioned earlier, one of the big things we have is entryway projects at 4 of our schools to provide a secure vestibule and entryway. As he was looking at these plans, and as he's gone around with the engineers and design team to figure out how we're going to make these work, the board approved back in, I can't remember which month, several months ago, the conceptual plans that we had for those 4 entryway projects to be done. We got looking at one of our schools in particular that's a little bit more complicated just because of where the office sits in the building, which is San Juan High School. It sits in the middle of the building and it's not near any of the exterior entrances. As Steve was going around with them and looking up above ceiling tiles and in walls, we just kind of realized that there might be a little bit of more extensive than we thought and what the design plans were. And he made a suggestion, this comes in early last week, about, well, what if we're going to spend all this money to remodel and play musical chairs and move, if you're familiar with San Juan High School, was moving the distance ed rooms into the existing current office and moving the office spaces to the current distance ed facilities, which are on an exterior wall and would facilitate a secure vestibule. And so, the thought was, if we're going to spend this money to play musical chairs and do this remodel, what if are we not ahead to just maybe spend the same kind of money to do an add-on on it would be the east side of where the computer labs are, those distance ed buildings are, to add what was designed as the office space there on the east side of the building and put it as just an addition, as an office addition, and leave the spaces, the distance ed space alone, and leave the office space alone that we could utilize for any purpose that the school has a need of. And that kind of came about as just a way for us to maybe avoid some of the complications with trying to structurally change some of the building. And it allowed for, not to have to change those spaces and some of the challenges that come with change with the different classroom and educational spaces. So we ran that idea by the design team last week, and they quickly proposed or came up with this drawing that you have attached, which is this design study there that you see for San Juan High School. The shaded part on the second page is the add-on or addition. And it's not the full school plan there, but you can see kind of what's being added and where this particular school, what is on that east side of the building there, that's those doors as you head into the auditorium. And so currently there is just grass, landscaping, a sidewalk. So it could be feasible for us to just do this add-on instead of trying to spend the money on playing musical chairs within the school. And we were also, one of the things we were a little bit concerned about was, because of how extensive this might be, could we have all of the work actually completed in a summer without disrupting education? One of the, I guess, pros to doing something like this and doing an add-on is we could start a little bit earlier because we're not interrupting anything inside the building. We could also, for lack of a better word, quarantine off, I guess, this section of the construction, and school could go on if it wasn't completed come August. School could continue in all of the other spaces, whereas if a remodel was taking place, that's disrupting a whole bunch of the hallways and classrooms and everything going on inside the building. Steve, if I'm missing stuff, please feel free to chime in on this.
I'd like to just explain square footage. You would be adding about 3,000 square feet for the administration, which means we've freed up 3,000 square feet in the school for extra offices, extra things. You are getting extra building for about the same amount of money as you would just swapping areas. Structurally, it's a very complicated item to swap those areas and make rooms large enough to accommodate the needs of the school. The other item that I really, really like is making the front of the building more appealing. This addition provides a canopy where the students, any guests, could go and be out of the weather and walk right into the building. The canopy would say, "This is the entrance of our school." It would be very, very appealing. So to me, it's just a win-win-win-win. But the deadline, the thing we're working against.
Yeah, so that is one of our challenges, right? Was we approved months ago those conceptual plans that we would have been moving forward with. The challenge that we have is we were planning on doing two of these schools in this summer and the following two schools the next summer to get this project done. And so the challenge that we have is the design team needs to continue. If we're going to go this route, they need to be given direction, and we can give that direction to say, hey, let's pivot here. And instead of going with what we had conceptually come up with before in relocating those two spaces, let's do the addition. That's the big challenge here, because if we don't give them direction now, we're sitting for several weeks before they can make any progress on any further plans, with whichever direction we decide to go in the end. And so that pushes us back on being able to bid the project and be able to start the construction, because it is a impact to the school, and so it's got to be started right away. As unlike new construction where we're a separate location, this would have to be done right away and all completed within those summer months, or as close to completed summer months. So we bring this back to you if you have direction for us, if this is as an action item later to take action on, if we feel comfortable doing that. I will go ahead and just say right up front that as we explored this and as we talked to MHTN, our design team, BDK was involved in some of this and providing us some estimates. They came back a little bit different and just said, hey, in the end, it's probably going to be pretty close dollar-wise to do the remodel and the addition. So you are, as Steve mentioned, getting that extra square footage. There could be some help with the constructability and doing it in that time frame of the summer. So the dollars kind of match up. I don't have a crystal ball to tell you, yes, for sure we would be saving money or we're going to be spending this much more money. We do think that overall, just with the scope of this project, we had approved $5 and just over $250,000 to do these entryways. Looking at where we're at right now, it looks like we're going to spend some more money than what we had originally anticipated with the original estimates back in August that were provided provided to us. And so it's looking like we're gonna spend closer to 7-ish million on these. And it's really hard for us to kind of do and estimate because there is remodel in this and there could possibly be some new construction. But wanted to bring this back to you. If you have any questions for Steve or I, we're here to try to help answer. This is coming quickly. It was kind of a really quick turnaround. And I'm grateful for Steve in bringing this up because as we've looked at it, and I will add one other thing, I ran this by the high school administration, and they were just ecstatic over it because of what Steve mentioned, that you're adding this space and freeing up other space rather than trying to play the musical chairs within the space. But if you have any questions or thoughts for us, I'm happy to try to answer them.
I'd like to say, I remember one of the things that we talked about with this was issues with the safety glass. And this solves that, just that issue, because it's a complete new build, right? So we'd be able to incorporate that in instead of trying to figure out how to get windows to places that,
Yeah, I don't know that it completely solves the issue because the whole safety glass is not a completely solved issue.
I
But,
know.
but it does, where it would be new construction, we'd have all new and up to spec and code, whatever the rule ends up landing on, they still haven't landed
I know.
on every spec there, but.
Did anyone else have
Question.
questions or concerns?
Hello, Steve.
Good to meet you.
Welcome to San Juan School District.
Thank you.
Trying to vision this in my head. I'm having a hard time looking at the prints because you have several here.
Yep.
But it sounds, correct me if I'm wrong. So you're talking about the entrance on this side of the building to the auditorium, going back this way to the old entrance.
Yes.
Right in front of there, where that grass is. I sat on that lawn with my sweetheart. No.
Don't go there.
Right in the
Now you'll be
school with
sitting
your
in the
names
front
on it.
row.
Way back there.
Don't give us too many details now.
So from that end all the way to the north end.
Not all the way.
Okay.
No, just 3,000 square feet worth. So the entry that we go in right now to get into the school, right next to the gym, that will not change. There will be a gap in between the new addition and that space.
So the new office will be a little bit further this way rather than where it is on.
It will be basically attached to where the art room is right now.
Okay.
So the doors will still be there, they just won't be the entrance to the school.
The doors will actually be removed and that wall will be removed. So that corridor expands out into where the grass is right now. When you have an event at the school, the corridor will be very comfortable when all the crowds start coming out, which is another win-win.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me.
So, a few questions. So if they were to have like a play, which doors would they enter?
Right.
To go into the auditorium?
Can you pull up this?
Would they go through the existing auditorium doors or would they go through the newly built vestibule?
It'd be both. The existing auditorium doors would be there still, but there would be a new vestibule, security vestibule built out from there that adds to that court. They may remove those doors, actually. I think that
Yes, those will be removed and there will be 2 sets of new doors added. Just to the east.
So
of that.
right about, if you can see this is where those doors are existing. So it does remove those and then you have an added corridor. So this is the auditorium right here. And then you'd have this just built out. You'd have doors here that students, parents, everyone would go in here. You have a bigger entryway for the auditorium there for plays, graduation, whatever. Get in there. If that makes sense.
So other 2 questions is, do you recommend this be passed tonight? Would that be your recommendation to the board?
That would be our recommendation, is that we move and pivot to do this.
And then my third question is, I don't think it's a tremendous amount of new square footage, but I do know anytime we add square footage, now you have to have a sweeper, you have to have cleaning. Is there any concern with adding that type of new square footage. I don't think this is a tremendous amount, but I don't know if this means we add another sweeper or anyway, any thoughts along those lines?
It's a really good question. I'm glad you asked it. I don't know that we've really talked to
This is so new, we have.
Kedrick about it. But I would kind of hope not, because it's not a huge amount of square footage, but
probably, okay.
And it may just be a refocusing some of the program, but we'd have to have those conversations with them. It's a really good question and great point.
I just have a comment. I like that if a parent needs to go to the office, it's right there. We don't have to go through the gym, through the hallway, the commons where the kids are, and then to the office. And really, when you look at it now, the front can't see who's coming in, whether you're a parent or student. And so this definitely takes a lot of that safety part of that. So, and then if there is an event, you can block off any other areas. Because I know they have like those grates or whatever that we can use that none of the school is, other part of the school is accessible. So that would just be my only comment. I like this, that it's more direct, that you can go straight to the office as opposed to going to the commons, the long hallway, the gym, so on and so forth. So I'm not sure about the money part yet, but that would be definitely cause for concern.
Yeah, I mean, as far as just to give you kind of an idea financially, like where we stand, I think we had gone over this a couple of months ago for those that were here and on the board. We looked at our fund balance with the approved projects and where we were at. We were going to be around 10 million even after all of those were completed and not accounting for any current year revenue. Looking at current year's revenues and where we're at with all of the other projects, I would anticipate that if we were to have spent every dollar on Blanding Elementary School, which we won't this year because we'll go into next fiscal year with everything. But if every dollar were to be spent from that and we completed every dollar of these entryway projects, just with this year's revenue, we would still be sitting on $15 million in the capital fund. So that's if we maintain that 5.25-ish million, where I think it's going to be more than that. We'll probably still end up with $13-ish million at the end of the fiscal year if we were to spend all those. So from a financial standpoint and the school board's looking at our fund balances and what we have available for capital outlay projects, I do think we're in a really good spot. That even if we were to do something like this, which we actually think is probably going to save us, I mean, I can't say that and definitively say this would cost less than doing the other, with some differing opinions there. But I just think that we're dollars ahead to probably go this way. And I feel like we're in a good spot from our capital balance that I think we can go ahead. I mean, with everything that we've already got approved, those other 3 schools, there's been a few tweaks, but conceptually it's all the same. This one, just with Steve's eyes on it and his recommendation, we thought this just makes a whole lot of sense. And I feel bad that I didn't think of it months and months ago. And I'm grateful for Steve coming on board and pointing it out and showing it to us as a possibility. So.
One thought I'd also like to add to that, the remodel did not have any kind of an entryway added to the front of the building that says, this is where we want you to come.
Yeah.
I really feel that that would have been an additional expense at some point in time also. So with this new addition, it's basically taking care of that as well. Long-term saving money.
Well, thank you for noticing that, but also thank you for bringing us something that we can actually see. That was a big, you threw that together pretty quick, and obviously it's not, full plans, but thank you. I think that's very useful for us to be able to visualize what that would look like.
Well, I got to give a lot of credit to Steve. Actually drew up some renderings and then sent those to the architects and said, hey, can you try to model this for us? And so big shout out to MHTN also in helping us on a really quick, tight turnaround, come up with some renderings and some plans. So again, you have some awesome people that are trying to look out for your best interests as a school board. And I think that this is just one aspect of that.
Yeah, thank you. So would that take out that tree that would it be pretty close to it or?
You're talking about like the pine trees
Yeah.
in the front? I don't know that we've done official measurements to see if it would. I don't know if it goes that far.
I don't think it affects the tree.
I don't think it'll
Okay.
affect the tree.
I worry for the sweethearts, that's why.
The size of this, the 3,000 square feet. All of the homes around here are probably about 1,200 square feet. A lot of the homes in Blanding are about 3,000 square feet. So keeping that in mind, it's not a huge structure. It's very beneficial.
Thank you. Are you good to just discuss that last item after?
Yeah,
After the break? Yeah, absolutely. So I think we're overdue to take a little break, so. Yeah. We need to be back at 6, right? Okay. Thank you.
Those CAD students are down there, if anybody wants to go down there. They're waiting.
Yeah, we should do that.
I think the meal is in the cafeteria.
Good job. Congratulations. Welcome on this board. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, Chris.
Are you gonna do community share Thursday? And I have one public comment.
Yeah.
I have things by the door.
Yeah, if someone fills stuff out, take those, we're just gonna make sure that they get them to somebody.
Yeah, just keep your, yeah. Did they get forwarded to you? I checked mine.
If there's a public comment email,
They go to you. Okay.
there's nothing in the public comment.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and start because it's 6 o'clock. We'll begin with our recognition awards. So if I could have Clark Holiday come up.
Clark, come on up in front.
Here.
You're ready.
All right. So Clark Holiday has been nominated for San Juan Sweet Job Award. Let me read these nominations. Our beautiful school is lucky to have Clark keeping it clean and in good repair. He always has a hello and a smile to share when you see him. TES is very happy to have Clark with us and doing such a great job. Nominated by TJ Curtis. Outstanding service to our Sabina Sky Elementary. He arrived very early to make sure everything is ready for our lovely lunch ladies and dedicated bus drivers. Our school floors and windows shine to welcome us as we arrive. He and his team are fabulous at keeping germs at bay so we can continue to do our jobs. We can't thank Clark enough for his great care for the school and all of us at TES, nominated by TES admirers. Clark is a valuable member of our team at TES. His dedication for our school shows when he greets each student in the lunchroom. Clark shares his dedication to TES by supporting staff members with custodial needs as well as general upkeep of each classroom. We love the stories he shares about when the school was in Mexican hat and each teacher he's worked with. His pride for our community shines just like the floors at our school. I'm going to say thank you, but say that word. I can't. There you go. I want to thank you, Clark. We are so lucky to have you at TES, nominated by Heather Amato. So we really appreciate Clark. I don't have it. Yeah, is it right there? So here we go. We give this to you, Clark. And appreciate all you do for many, many years. Thank you. You've been a tremendous inspiration. And you get to keep
Picture first.
your nomination.
Thank you for all of your service. You've done well working with that. I just look at.
Did there.
Okay, and Terry James.
That's saying a lot.
I'm gonna have you hold this while I read.
Okay.
I have Terry James. Doesn't say it on here, but that's for me personally. Terry James, Monument Valley High School faculty. Terry goes beyond expectations to help the students of Monument Valley. She is constantly seen sitting one-to-one with our students when they come to do work. She maintains regular contact with the families and is working feverishly to establish an FFA program and a home gardening program with our community to help benefit both students and families. Terry has sacrificed many personal hours to help school community adapt and succeed to the constantly changing situations. Carrie spent her summer helping students build gardens throughout our community in 100+ temperatures. At times, they even had to clear roads of debris to get to the houses. She helped introduce native potatoes from Bears Ears to the area. She ended the program with a field trip to Salt Lake to tour the gardens there. While completing these tasks, she also accepted the role of Q-tip teacher at Monument Valley High School and a member of our SST or our STT and completed the trainings for both. She also switched from basketball to become a volleyball coach. She has shown drive and determination to positively impact the lives of our students. Nominations by Ryan Carlson and one more nomination. Students at Monument Valley High School are lucky to have Mrs. James. She provides amazing opportunities for students in a variety of areas. She encourages students to stretch their comfort zones and expand their horizons. Thank you, Ms. James. Nominated by unknown.
I got a small peer picture. All right, time for citizen comments, and I don't have the thing that she always reads.
Oh, it's in the folder.
Thank you. Okay, this is just to remind people that want to make a public comment. The purpose of a San Juan School Board District Board of Education meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public as provided by law. The San Juan School District Board of Education values and welcomes public comment, so time is allotted in our public meetings for such. However, to maximize its benefit, there must be structure and consistency to the practice. With that in mind, please know that public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Speakers may offer objective criticism of school operations and programs, but complaints about school personnel or other persons will not be allowed. Individuals expressing comments should not expect an immediate response from the board. Please understand that the public comment period is not a debate, an interactive question and answer session, or a dispute resolution forum, but is an opportunity for you to express your comments, suggestions, and concerns to the board for our information and consideration. A member of the district staff will respond to patrons who request a follow-up meeting or information.
This is from Kim Schaefer. It says January is School Board Recognition Month. So to all the school board members, those exiting after years of service, those who are remaining, and those who are joining, thank you for your services to San Juan School District. You are the representatives of our communities and schools who must make decisions on behalf of students within our expansive county. Many employees benefit from salary increases, extra professional learning opportunities, and enhanced curricular materials. These items approved by the board are helping to increase learning opportunities for the students in San Juan County. We elected you to make those decisions, and sometimes they are difficult or even unpopular choices. Your time and effort on the San Juan School District Board of Education is appreciated. Kim Schaefer, White Horse High School Principal.
Thank you. We don't have any other while we're waiting just a few minutes for the next part of our impact aid. You want to go ahead and share a little bit about that?
Sure. So really, this is a share for all the board to share, but I'll just lead out. We attended the USBA conference last week. We had almost all of our board members there. There were amazing keynotes and breakout sessions that occurred. And you know, we go there to learn from other boards, to learn together, to improve as a board and as supports for the board, with Tyrell and I being there. And I just wanted to, you know, share something that stood out to me. They typically have a board networking session where we all just come together and talk about things. So it's super helpful for me as a superintendent to hear from board members of things that are going well, things they're doing, or things they're frustrated with, so I can kind of address that. So one of the ideas I thought would be great is that when there are public comments where the superintendent follows up, to then notify the board of that follow-up, because I think it ends there with the superintendent and you don't hear after that. It's kind of light bulb went on for me saying, yeah, you need to hear how that follow-up went and anything, you know, from that. So I thought that was a great recommendation. The other thing I really liked from one of the keynotes is they said that collaboration is inspiring. And that really made me contemplate, and I hope the board will contemplate this, because we are collaborating as part of the work that we do. And I really thought of how do we as a school board and district administration collaborate in an inspiring way. So it's just something I'm thinking about it. I hope you'll think about it as well. And if anyone else has other sessions they attended, they would like to share anything else.
Did anybody else have something they want to share from their experience?
I do. This is the one with the school safety. We've talked about this in the past already, but I attended that breakout again because the presenters, one was from the state representative Wilcox, and another one was the chief of the police, I believe. I can't remember his name. So there was several different individuals presenting, and they talked about some of the school shootings incidents that happen at other schools across the country. And I thought about our school, and there's got to be a way that we need to buy some time for law enforcement to show up at a school, especially out here this far, like at Monument Valley or if it was at Navajo Mountain. But thinking back, like I said, we talked about this amongst ourselves with some of the ways that we could do this, and they brought up the door locks. They were talking about door locks over there. So each classroom had locks that would lock from the inside. Hopefully, if it's not too late, because the perpetrator could be in the building already, and it'll be kind of late to be locking the doors. But still, it would buy you some time to get law enforcement clear out here, because the response time takes a long time. So I thought that was interesting, and that's right in line with our discussions that we talked about, and that you've mentioned, Tyrell, as a business administrator. You mentioned this to us, and I believe something that we are currently doing or have been done to some of our buildings already. So I just wanted to share that. Yeah, it was supporting. It was a backup. I left there feeling better. Well, at least we've got some time until we get some law enforcement to show, and hopefully that's never the case in any of our schools. And they did say that in Salt Lake Valley, they can have a police response within 3 to 5 minutes at their schools. You can imagine how long it takes for them to come here. So I think it's a real good idea, a real plus benefit. To me, no dollar amount is too high for one life. I don't mind how expensive door locks are. Change those out, either the keys or the cards or whatever. But again, to me, no dollar amount is worth one life.
Did you have anything you wanted to share? Okay.
Legislative, sitting in a session for the my role as an education advocacy in the legislative process. That was something I was really interested in, and I got to further my education this past week, and how important it was to really advocate for our rural areas, and realizing how much more, how do I say this in the nicest way, that we're not seen as quickly as a more dense school district as opposed to the rest of the state. So advocating for our education at the legislative level is something that really inspired me to help to know what the laws are or what's being implemented, or even just the languages in that part. And that could definitely help us here because we have government to government entities as well as being a rural area. And then just all the different things that are different from, let's say, a Wasatch school district. So that was something that I took a lot away from, and hopefully I can further myself more in that. And that was where I was really educated at. So.
And I'll just add, we are going up to USBA Day on the Hill on Monday, so anyone else who would like to join. And so we have set up some appointments, and we are advocating for some of things for San Juan, but also for what the JLC initiatives, but then also rural as well. Thanks to the previous superintendent, I am currently the Utah Rural Schools Association president this year. So I have been very much involved with what's happening with rural schools and you know, our advocacy for rural communities as the president and working with that board. And they have a weekly session every Thursday evening, and the research directors are taking on some of that, as I wouldn't be able to be there on Thursday, so we're kind of shifting some of that over. So any board member that would like to attend that meeting with legislatures on Thursday evening, you're always welcome to be a part of that. And we have a set agenda of bills we're talking about specific to rural needs. So just know that is happening, or if you have a concern, I can definitely see if there's something we need to get on the agenda, even if you can't be there.
That was the thing that I was really surprised by, is the government to government, because Cedar City, they have government to government. Also, we have Uinta and Duchesne, and that way they have other tribes that they deal with as well. Same as up in up on above Logan and everywhere in that way too. So I was really surprised that us as a district is really unique in the state of Utah. So that was awesome.
Yeah, I agree. Being as involved as we can in that is awesome. And yet, Nessa wants to share one more thing, but I was just going to share along with what she said. I think it's great the things that the JLC is trying to do, getting communication happening with the legislators. I appreciated one of the things that I heard there where they talked about, you know, relationships make a difference. Let's work with our legislators. Sometimes we're very frustrated by what they're doing, but if they feel like they're being informed by people that care, you know, show how much we appreciate what they do, you know, ask. It says appreciate, share a story, and keep communication open. And so I think we are all strong in those kinds of things, and we can keep advocating for our community. So thank you. And Nelson has one more thing he wants to share.
One more thing I want to share. Colleen and I, we received our board master certificate.
I think Ron did as well. Did you? No,
I did as well. So the district received it because if you had over half of your board, whatever, complete the master certification, we were recognized. We have a certificate. We'll be getting a plaque for that as well, which I challenge us all to participate in that next year. It would be great to have everybody on there.
Thank you.
Next year.
All right, I don't know how to lead out on this, so.
I would like to make a comment, just from Anna chapter, our area in Montezuma Creek, Anna, and the surrounding communities, through Anna chapter, they place 3 officers in the area. And there's a double wide right next to the Anna store. That's where all the officers are being housed. Right now, they're in that fire department. So once they complete that double wide, then that's where they'll be housing it. So we do have 3 officers in our area now, which is good. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, it's time to begin the impact day hearing. So get started with that. And I'll turn the time over to Tyrell.
Okay, I'll start out, and then Christy superintendent will jump in on this for us. So every year we do have this public hearing and go over our Impact Aid program. You do have in front of you just a really brief PowerPoint that kind of goes over some of the highlights of Impact Aid. I'll just go ahead and start that with just explaining kind of what Impact Aid is. our school board members have either been here or returning probably know what this is, but for our general public, it's good to just remind us kind of what this program is and how critical it is to San Juan School District. So it's designated by the federal government, and it's designed to help those local school districts that have lost property tax due to the presence of tax exempt federal property. And so it's basically that payment that we receive in lieu of property tax for all of the properties that reside on federal land. And so for us, that's the tribal lands that we have in San Juan County. In other districts, that could be military bases or other existence of federal property. It is funded on an annual basis. And so, and not in advance, like many of our other programs, title programs or IDEA programs are often funded in advance. This one is funded on an annual basis. And for this reason, district administration and sometimes occasionally school board members will attend an annual advocacy conference that's presented by NAFIS that we are a member of to advocate for these dollars to continue to be allocated to school districts across the United States. We attend that every fall to promote these dollars, and you'll see why on the next screen, because you'll see kind of a breakdown of the last several years of what how much money San Juan School District receives from the Impact Aid program. You can see that the last couple of years we've been pushing $9 million between. There's two different types of payments we receive. Our basic support payment, which is essentially just money that goes into our general fund, and we'll break that down in a second, but it's just that general amount of money that we are able to allocate for whatever reason. And then there is another little bit of money that comes from our children with disabilities payments. And so you'll see those on that screen there for the last several years. This is a significant portion of our annual budget. We're a smaller school district, so $9 million is a significant amount of money that we budget each year for the different needs in our district, which we'll then get to on this next slide. And you'll see that the first 4 3/4 millions that we receive is put into the general fund to just help pay for any and all operational expenses. So that's salaries of teachers, teachers' aides, anything that we need, supplies, equipment in the classroom. It's all kinds of different needs that we have to support education throughout the entire district. The next $2 million that we received goes into the capital fund to pay for ongoing and needed construction costs across the district. And then anything we receive in excess of that almost $7 million is put into our building reserve fund to help with future maintenance and construction or property acquisition for new buildings. And as you can see on the previous slide, like we've exceeded that 6.75 million significantly over the last several years. So we've been able to put some of that money away, and that's what's helped to be able to complete some of these large school buildings. In the last 15 years, we've built an elementary school right here in Monument Valley. We've built an elementary school in Monticello, in Bluff, now one going up in Blanding. There's been other remodels and other capital projects that have been done in large part because we're able to do some of these things to help support just the different needs that we have across our vast district. So that's just kind of a breakdown of how we use those dollars and how they're budgeted, how much we're receiving and what the program is. And I'll let Superintendent kind of take this next part.
Yeah, so there's typically 2 myths or misunderstandings about Impact Aid that we always address each year. And I get asked these questions quite a bit when we're doing community meetings as well. So the first one is really that Impact Aid dollars are primarily generated by Native students living on Navajo land. Therefore, those dollars need to be spent in those schools where those students reside. So this is a myth. This is really a misunderstanding of why these dollars are provided by the federal government and how they should be spent. Impact Aid dollars are dollars that are provided in lieu of taxes. So they're generated locally, similar to how a property tax dollars would be, supporting education in other parts of the county. So in this case, the federal government has taken on the responsibility to pay those taxes in place of the property owner. Therefore, the money can go into the same pot of money that we use from property taxes to make it equitable throughout the entire school district. The second myth is that because a significant portion of our county is tax exempt federal property, the taxable property owners bear an unfair burden to support education for the entire county. Impact aid effectively fills that gap left between the lack of local property taxes on federal land. And in fact, the per pupil funding from impact aid often exceeds what would be generated through local property taxes. So the impact aid program takes on that burden off the local tax base and really helps provide for the critical educational needs of the entire county.
Just a breakdown of our impact aid program, and as I mentioned earlier, it's really critical to the continuing operations of the school district and our future goals from a capital standpoint. If there's any questions or comments from the school.
Does anybody have any questions or comments?
No comment.
Jump in.
Go ahead and do
Okay.
the
All right. The
policy
next is our
procedures.
Native American Policy Procedures manual. And every year, this is part of the impact aid hearing to present to the public so they can see the IPP and provide any feedback as part of our impact aid hearing. The IPP is sent out to the stakeholders, including the chapters, before this meeting so that they can provide input. And input can be provided all throughout the year, but this is the meeting where the board will vote on the Indian policies and procedures. So we have not made any changes to this year's IPP. If there are any, we can have a discussion from the board of anything, any recommendations, but it is the same as it has been in the past. And we have not received any comments in any of our collaboration with tribal officials, chapter officials to change anything in the current IPP. So open for any questions or discussion.
Questions or comments?
I have a question. This feels so different. A room is almost empty. We're holding a very important public hearing with, like Tyrell said, it's a very large portion of our school district. So my question back is to the Indian policy. Is in the past we had our tribal council delegate sign up on our application. That's probably explaining the process. But my question is, do they continue to do that for our school district? Is that both of our council delegates, Curtis Nito and Mr. Herman Daniels?
Yes, they do sign off on as part of that application, and they both have signed off this year. Right, Tyrell, I think that was the last year.
Yeah, are you, so if you're referring to like our application process, we have to identify where all students are located on the nation. They're called source check forms, right? So our liaisons help us a huge amount with locating and identifying where students are on the nomination. And they identify where they're at. We put them on a source check form, and we then send that form to all the appropriate officials who need to sign that. You all will see that under your executive content, under board docs, those specific source check forms. The reason they're not a public document is because it does include student data, where it's identifying the students, their names, and their home locations and everything there. So it's not a public thing that we present, but it is under there, and all of the delegates have signed off. All of the appropriate county officials have signed off on those source check forms for this year. And so our I should have mentioned this earlier as part of the explanation, but the application is also attached there. And then that supporting documents is under executive content, but the application, just for the board's reference, I know this isn't a direct answer to Nelson's question, but I thought I'd throw it in there. We are we're exactly the same number of students that we identified that live on tribal lands this year as last year. The demographic is a little bit different of like where they're at and which tribe, the Ute tribe or the Navajo tribe, and students with disabilities. But as far as our total overall student count, there's been no decline. It's actually the exact same, which we thought was kind of interesting. It stayed exactly the same. But does that answer your question, Nelson?
Yeah. And I asked because Superintendent, you said earlier, one of the myth or the second myth is that is a question that is always brought up at local chapter meetings or maybe your tribal consultation. If they are given what just Tyrell explained, maybe they'll have a better understanding. Maybe that myth will go away. But it almost sounds like at some point there's a limit where you can only give out so much information and some to me like such as the signatures. If these folks are told, if they're informed, we have tribal officials that sign off on these, we have interaction. I'm thinking we should do that. We need to do that. Let them know that. Expose it. We talk a lot about transparency. We need to do that. So that way the myth goes away.
I think some of the myth is that, you know, we always are having new parents coming in with students. So some of that is, while we can do a better job, yes, of transparency informing, and maybe that's something we need to add to our PowerPoint each year is, you know, how some of the application process and that. But some of that is just new people joining in that haven't been a part of the school system before they were a student and now they're a parent, and so helping them understand the process of what that looks like.
Yeah, so can I make a comment on that too there?
Sure.
One of the things that superintendent initiative is to do a tell our story article. And actually this month, January month, I did actually write up kind of a very similar to what we present in this capacity in our board meeting. And that was our tell our story for the January month, was just this impact aid program, how important it is to our district, what we use it on, and these myths. And we did post that in the paper to try to provide additional efforts to get the communication out about how critical of a program this is for our schools and our district. So we do make some efforts. I agree with superintendent that we can always try to improve our transparency and getting that information out there. But we did make that effort this year to try to put that out to as many county residents as we could as well, that it was published in the paper. I think it was 2 issues ago.
Yeah, I want to maybe go back to those 2 myths because I'm pretty certain those probably started in my time. And because I remember and I actually think those myths probably aren't anywhere near as strong as they were even 7, 8 years ago. And probably because you're going over it every year. And so you take it out of the presentation and in 4 or 5 years, it might creep back in. But I will tell you, as a district administrator, I often heard when I went up into the mountain region, wouldn't it be nice if everybody paid property taxes in this county? And I'd go, well, we're getting taxes for the whole county, trust me. So that's where that myth kind of, and then on the flip side, I would hear often in the river region, well, I know you get a lot of impact aid money. That money should be spent in these schools, right? And I'd say, partially it should be spent in these schools, but it needs to go in the general pot and be allocated out with, equally and with ensuring that everyone has access to these programs and sports. So that was something you heard quite a bit 7 or 8 years ago. I don't know, Christy or Tyrell, Superintendent or Tyrell could speak to that now if they're hearing it that often. But I think it's probably because it's in the presentation and it's being addressed yearly and it's being explained yearly that it's really probably been diffused in this. Yeah, I think it might be, you might could say it's gone away, but if you take it out, it might be only a few years before you have to re-educate people on some of those thoughts they get in their head. The other thing that I think is important, is I've been in this very hearing and seen lots of people and not had a completely different experience than what we're experiencing tonight. And I know the word is out. The information for this hearing has to go out way in advance. And I know it's out because I was in Road Mesa's chapter house yesterday, their chapter meeting, and it's right on their agenda, and their board president, Mr. President Farley, announced it when he read the thing that this would even be broadcast and it would be at Monument Valley. So the word is out, but it must mean, I don't know, maybe I'm assuming too much there. I want to assume that maybe there's not, there's a good understanding and there's a level of comfort in us about what we're doing with our impact aid money. That's what I'd like to assume and hope. Maybe I'm wrong, but one indicator that that is the case is people will come out when they feel a burning need to come talk. And when they don't, they may find other things to do. So maybe that's partially why we don't see as many tonight as we might have in other years. Anyway, just my comments is a little bit of experience in some of those areas.
I don't know what the procedure is for public comment related to this. Is it just open?
It's just open.
So at this point, I'd like to ask for any public comment related to the impact aid application process.
I did have a question. Well, looking at it, I know one of the things that we were looking at was enrollment. So that was one of the big things district-wide that was going to be an issue. I mean, of course, it's always going to be something. I know I have spoke with quite a few people that say they're transferring out, or, you know, there's different opportunities, or, you know, jobs and things like that. And that will definitely, or it could be one of the changes for next year's impact aid, or, I mean, is that something that we really need to, again, one of the things that we need to go to the community and be like, don't leave us, stay here. You know, we have the schools here available, these are things that are available. I mean, and to go into what Nelson was saying, or even at the chapter house, being at the community level with the community and asking these questions, for me, it's a courtesy. It's not something that we should just do. I mean, parents forget, you know, your busy lives, you know, a lot of the times it's the elders taking care of their grandchildren and being the representative in place of the parents. So educating the public is not difficult, time consuming at some point, but it's not difficult that we can't do, that we shouldn't be at the chapter meetings or at the commission meetings or mass email of the notification, and thank goodness for that. And it's good to know that because I'm the one that sent it to the chapter and let our officials know there, as well as Mexican Water, and because that's where I'm based out of, is Mexican Water, but I live next to Red Mesa. So it's nice that the community is getting the word out. You'll get this question constantly because they don't have the education behind it of what the impact aid is, or, you know, even me sitting here, I forget, oh, okay, well, these are the criteria that go along with it, knowing that. So it would just take a little more time. And I asked my community members too, and I'm not from OJ2 or around these areas, but I'll get questions too of what the significance of this. So leading back all the way around to where I started is maybe in December or November, we know that this is coming up. And I'm always asking presentation at the chapter, bring it to a level, but that would be the best place to start as opposed to a parent meeting, because we know parents can't make it always to the parent meeting, but they'll show up on Sunday. They have the time available Sunday or whenever the chapter meeting is to show up to the chapter meeting. And then we have the elders that will show up to the chapter meeting. So maybe this is one of those instances where educating or being out in the field and re-educating about it, because even I still get asked questions about this, and we've had this meeting last year and then the year before that. So I don't know, it's a one of those full circle moment kind of things. It's definitely something that's going to be constant, and I didn't see it in the newspaper, so I couldn't verify or let my community members know, hey, it was in the newspaper and this is what it's about, this is where it comes from. And so, and the myth is the biggest question, because I think it's the tone or the context of it is because we don't pay property tax. But the thing that with the education is the biggest part of like oil royalties goes back into the county also. So there's that disconnect right there, that diseducation right there as well. So I can see why the community members will be like, well, we do pay it. That's why it should go to Native American students within the schools and all of that. So maybe we just need to have one big education session for parents and community members again, so we can all relearn this. And I would love it, but I would be the one attending, you know, and so it's really difficult to say where we could fix it at, but it's not too, because it's really a simple, hey, this is what it is. This is here, this is the time, this is the place.
Yeah, and I think, you know, everyone's going to be different. Some people might see it in the newspaper and read it, right? And then some might be at an actual chapter meeting and hear about it. That's one of the things required in the IPP, is that we provide an actual hand it to the chapter officials, as well as we email it, mail it, and all of that. But that is one of the requirements. So when we do our presentations for a semester, that's one of the things we ask our team to do, administrative team that goes out, is to give them an actual copy of the IPP. So I think that starts that conversation. That, here you go, you actually have a printed copy, you don't have to open your email. But, you know, one of the things I've been thinking about with both of your comments is, you know, maybe where we start is helping our staff better understand impact aid. You know, I don't know that our teachers necessarily know all the ins and outs of impact aid, and all of our staff members. So they're a part of the community as well. So maybe that's, to me, I'm thinking, what's the first quick low hanging fruit we could do is providing more information to those who work for the school district. And then go from there and see how else we can improve.
And not only that, it's holding the leaders accountable. Honorable Herman Daniels should have made time to present this at the chapter meeting as well, because he's signing off of it. Same thing with Curtis Unito. He represents 5 chapters just as much as Herman Daniels. So it's the responsibility of the leaders as well to educate. And that's something that we're going to have to ask for, because we do support letters and, you know, and collaboration with things that they want done as well, or that need to be done. And do we even know that we're supposed to present to the 7 elders for the Ute tribe as well? They have a lot of questions, and they want to know what's going on with their students on this end too. And I get questions of, why is this like this? Why is it like that? And I'm like, well, I know we do presentations at the community level, but in the back end, I get asked what presentation, when, where, how. And so again, it would be, and then them putting it all on the parents too, and the stakeholders and everybody else. You know, you need to be here to ask these questions. You need to add the public comments. So accountability goes both ways.
Thank you.
I think that's.
I can comment too.
You see this discussion is, and I read it, Native Americans dollars. At one time, there was an audience out there that called it blood money. It's not just about, to me, it's not about Native Americans in this school district or in this county. There's 4 Anglo sitting in there. Do every one of them know about federal impact aid money? Do they know how much money goes into the pot and how those monies are being used? I think this is the responsibility for the board to educate everybody in general, in county-wide. Drop a graph or whatever, put it, print it. This is how much property tax money comes in, this is how much impact aid money comes in, goes into this pot, divvies out. I mean, if I was not Native, and if I was seeing all these capital improvements, buildings going up in this county, and I'm looking around, where's all this money coming from? That would be ringing my bell. So I think I just would like to see that and share that with everybody out there. It's not about blood money. It's not territorial. To me, it's not territorial. These are based on our students' count that we receive these monies, and we're spreading it all over across the county and being used in education and capital improvement.
Thank you.
But I see that both sides. as of tonight, I'm gonna say it. Yes, I've heard it, blood money. No, it's not blood money. It's accountability. Folks to the north pay property tax. We don't have property, we don't pay property tax, but it's in lieu of taxes. Plus a lot of other fundings that go to the school district. It's not just one side. It's not one-sided to me. Okay. Just wanted to get that off my chest. I feel like it's pretty equal balance. Like Tyrell said, you look in the past and the years, federal impact has been kind of lower and then it goes back up. It fluctuates, it does. On the years, so just wanted to get that out on the table.
I'd just like to maybe add that, it's really important to read this very carefully. I think there's times we forget some of the things we do are based on this document. When we get to June, when we are looking at the data of opportunities to participate for our students, that's being done because it's written in that we will take the time to see if our students are getting equal access to programs and opportunities. When we take questions throughout the year and we answer those on behalf of the board, that's another element that's written in here, that we will give a specific answer to any parent or patron that comes forth with a question. So you'll see if you go back and look at the minutes in June, there's quite often questions and board response, question and board response. Again, that's being directed by this document. And superintendent can speak to this. The Navajo Nation has a very, very prescribed way of consulting with them through this process. They require us to meet with them as many as 2 or 3 or 4 times a year. And they have a whole document of how they want to see that play out. And they want to look at these elements. That's all allowed by the federal laws. So once you take the money, there's some rules and laws that apply. And the main goal is to make sure that when that money goes in the general pot, does all students have equal access to the educational opportunities of the district? Do they all have equal access? And that's one of our jobs, is to look at that and say, yeah, I think they do, or no, I think there's a flaw over here. There's a challenge over here that we need to address. But we want to ensure that the money is going out equally and providing equal opportunity. So anyway, just be aware that's what really drives this document. And I'm certain that you send out some information to your chapter houses, but also be aware that Mrs. Eva as well is required by this document to send out a packet. She does in advance, like a month in advance, to all chapter houses as well, and the Navajo Nation, so that they're aware as well that this is happening. So just be aware that that's all written into this document. And this document could change, however. This document talks about if somebody had a request, could it change? And it tells how it could. And that's kind of what, if we had any comments tonight, we would consider that. But.
Just add on, we also do tribal consultation with Vietnam tribes. So they also.
Well, maybe that gives me the opportunity to speak again. I would like to hear it from the other side as well. The federal monies. I would like to hear comments, inputs on natives.
I do have I guess we're going to get a public comment right now.
We're still in public comment phase.
This was all at this point, yes.
So I appreciate what board member Nelson had to say, and Yellowman. I think it's accurate that the myth has been kind of both ways. Like people in the north say, well, nobody's paying taxes down there, but yet also, that could be said, shouldn't that money stay here? And so I think there can be some education both ways, and not just at the school district level, but the county level. I mean, I don't even know the answer to this question, but
impact aid, is that part of the PILT money the county gets, or is that separate? So the county gets payment in lieu of taxes, the district gets, it's the impact aid. And so it's probably good to, like you said, educate both ways so that the people really know that there's a lot of money coming to the district and the county in general in lieu of property taxes. So, and in some cases, even more. I don't know who made that comment, but yeah, it's good.
Well, to sum up, I'd almost like to say, and we can't say that this is a fact, but we could consider that maybe we're doing a good job here. Maybe we have covered our bases and people have seen what is available and don't have questions or concerns, and that's their silent way of rubber stamping what we've already got, what our leaders have put together with tribal consultation to get this application done in an effective and manner. Not that we're not open to, we obviously are, that's why we do this, we're open to suggestion, and just want to reiterate, we appreciate what you do to make this happen and to keep trying to educate people. I have another comment. I like I like this because even the public gets to see that we do have these discussions. These are things that we do have questions that we're able to collaborate with and answer for one another as well. I mean, we're not just sitting up here keeping and holding on to this information as well. I mean, it's public information, and the fact that the public hasn't had a question to us yet, at least they know and they can come back and watch this and say, hey, you know what? Our school board members are having this conversation. They're answering questions for each other to know so that we can do better and go forward from here. Yeah.
Can I
Sorry, I
say
didn't mean to interrupt you.
one more quick thing? I think what Christy said carries a lot of weight. Sorry, what Superintendent Fitzgerald said carries weight about educating your employees. Because when random parents have a complaint or just want to ask a question or some information, they're going to want to go to someone they're comfortable talking to. And that just might be their neighbor who's a teacher or the custodian or somebody. And so if those folks are educated, then you can get a lot of traction spreading the word that way. So I think that's a good suggestion.
All right, well, thank you. Yeah, I think it's time to move on. We will need to do a closed session item, but I think we'll wait to do that until after the consent agenda.
We can, or we can go into closed, and we have staff that will, if we can go into closed for personnel, then
Then
staff
they can
they
get
can
home
leave.
sooner. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and get that done first. So does that just mean we need to kick people out?
We just need to someone needs to make a motion to go into closed.
All right. And it's
For personnel.
for personnel.
I'll make a motion that the board will go into closed session for personnel matters.
Second. Okay, and how do I roll call?
Ron Nelson, yes.
Lucille Cody, yes.
Corey Elliott. Dan Martin, yes.
Nelson Yeoman, yes.
We're gonna go into closed session.
Yeah.
Usually goes up here. Bubbles. I seen it in the picture somewhere.
Yeah, they have started. That's a good one. Actually, go with it. Yeah, really? I think we're thinking with it.
Gary, let us know when our.
You did say we're live?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I'm gonna need a motion to go into closed session for purchase, exchange, release of real property.
I make a motion to go into closed session for purchase, exchange, and lease of real property.
Second motion.
Can we go
Can we also go in?
in for both at the same time? So both be recorded.
I think we tried that once and we got scolded for it.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna do them individually. I need a roll call.
Ron Nelson, yes.
Lucille Cody, yes.
Corey Manelli, yes.
Nan Barton, yes.
Nelson Yellman, yes.
Thank you, sorry. I could have done the other one first.
I'm here either way.
Yeah.
All right.
Alonzo.
Okay, you're live.
You're live, okay. Here we go again. I need a motion to go into closed session for litigation.
I'll make a motion to go to closed session for litigation.
I'll second it.
Roll call.
Nelson Yellowman, yes.
Jan Barton, yes. Lloyd Manelli, yes.
So, yes.
Ron Nelson, yes.
Okay. Bye.
Thanks,
Okay. Go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Get somebody to.
I will make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Okay, so that was Ron with the motion and Colleen with the second. All in favor? Aye. Any discussion? No. Okay. All right, let's move on to the action items. Am I on the right track?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just once you get the first and second, then that's when you do the session.
Okay, thank you. Should we do it together?
No,
Okay.
you're good.
All right. On the Monument Valley easement agreement. Remind me what, were we talking about changing something on that, or was that one good? No, it's the letter, so I'll just need a motion regarding the Monument Valley easement agreement.
I make a motion that we accept the easement agreement with USU Landing as spelled out in the agreement that we've received.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
No. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the letter of support for the road project.
I will move a motion to accept the letter of support for Jato to Navajo Mountain Road
With,
project with the letterhead changes of the new board officials' names.
second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, I need a motion regarding the school land trust amendment NTSSA plan for LaSalle Elementary School.
I'll make a motion to accept the school land trust amendment and TSSA plan amendment for LaSalle Elementary.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
The impact date application.
Motion to accept the 2025-2026 Selma School District Impact Aid application.
A second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Do we also need to vote on the policy and procedures document? Okay. I make a motion to accept Selma School District 2025-26 Native American Policy and Procedure document. Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, on the district employment, non-discrimination and anti-harassment policy.
I'd make a motion that we accept policy 4111, district employment, non-discrimination and anti-harassment policy.
A second. Any discussion on that?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I like you guys. We're all in agreement. Okay, capital projects entryway. So give us some guidance on what we would say for that motion, Tyrell.
So if you choose to accept that new design study document was attached, I think the motion would just be to accept the proposed design from MHTN for an addition at San Juan High School.
Okay.
So if that's the way the board decides to go, that we'd like to pivot there, it would just be to accept the addition that is proposed by the drawings attached.
Okay, who feels comfortable making that motion?
I'll make a motion. So I motion that we approve the presented drawing, which was presented tonight for the new entryway at San Juan High School. As presented.
Second.
Yes, Lucille seconded it. Okay, any discussion on that?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the superintendent contract as discussed. We can just say we approve it with the potential to.
I make a motion to approve superintendent contract with,
for 20,
for 2025 to 2027 with the option to renegotiate in July.
in July related to, our,
Due diligence.
our due diligence. That's what it
yes. Lucille seconded that. Any discussion related to that?
No.
No. I think the board just wants to let the superintendent know we appreciate you and want to support you moving forward with our aspire higher goals as a district. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Business administrator contract.
Got her down for a week.
I make a motion to approve the business administrator contract to July 2025 to July, or sorry, to 2027, with the option to renegotiate with due diligence and as well as the change of the 45 to 60 day notice. Right? Yes, that's what it is.
I will second that.
I will second that. Any discussion? Just want to let Harold know that we really value you as well. So thank you for being willing to continue to work with us. All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Wait, are we still discussing?
We're good.
That's right.
All in favor? Aye. Yeah. Okay, information items.
Okay, information item 6, board meeting will be February 12th at the district office and also broadcast virtually. Our San Juan School District Spelling Bee is going to be on February 5th at 10 a.m., starting at 10 a.m. at the San Juan High School Auditorium. Upcoming CCR Day is February 4th, and that will be early out for students. Our USBA Day on the Hill is coming up on January 27th in the Capitol Rotunda. And President's Day with no school would be February 17th.
All right, thank you everyone for coming. I think we are adjourned.
I need to get
Wow.
everyone's conflict of interest. We have to have those.